before we get started, I gotta share something. And the best part is I can so easily demonstrate the thing I want to actually showcase here. So check this out, right? Some of you may or may not have noticed, whether you even processed it or not, that one of the ways that I would make sure I was hitting quest hubs is I would check the map periodically. Let me use a specific example. Let's say I'm about to do Ashenvale. And I notice there's a quest right there, and the quest right there on the map, right? Sometimes I pop here, like there's one here, there's one here, there's one here. Now, there's actually been some good design to these, and I've been giving positives for these, because these are there just in case you miss something, right? It's signposting. It's there so that, oh, there's a side quest chain that starts over here. I should go do that, right? This is especially true over in, say, this map right here. See? Because we could just head up here to do the Nestingwary stuff. Over here was the stuff with Grawl, which was amazing. Down here was the stuff with the Tortolans. Over here was the monkeys, of course. Up here was helping out the two dinosaurs who were having trouble mating. So this is useful, helpful, and worthwhile. Do you notice anything missing here? Now, there's one quest right there in Revenge. I noticed this earlier when I was pushing through the zones. But, yeah, that's it. In all of the zones I have access to right now, which is 6, only one quest shows up on the map. This occurred to me yesterday. It's such a basic thing, and it's been a thing in WoW since Kata, right? Like, again, the zones I was just showing you over here, like, these are Kata zones right here, and they've got the quests. And again, BFA, plenty of quest markers, boom. But here, I was flying north to do a side quest up here, which was when we were helping the guy infiltrate the tower. You remember that? And I happened to be taking this path, and this path took me next to these two. Oh, look, there's some side quests here. And it occurred to me in that exact moment that I'd forgotten that because I knew these side quests were here, but I'd forgotten that they were here because nothing indicates that on the map. And yeah, Dragonflight, by the way, I think it's actually kind of weird because I'm in time walking, but there are still side quests visible. Come on. In Dragonflight. There's one right there, there's one right there. There's none here for some reason. I think that's partially being covered. Yeah. But still, better than Shadowlands. Anyways, let's go do these stupid side quests.
Has brought you to me.
Bone Tooths are the backbone of Maldraxxus's armed forces. Those that have been trained well are in demand amongst all houses. I always have need of new Bone Tooths to train, but they can be rather difficult to collect. Bring me some younger ones and I'll reward you greatly.
May your path keep you from the maw.
I've carved out quite a reputation as a Tarless Wrangler. Everyone needs a Tarless, by the way. I love his hat. You do some work for me and people will know who you are, too. Take this bone splinter and poke a few juicy nibblers. Use them to lure a Tarless to you and then ride it back to me.
Got my eye on you.
Yeah, what he said. But you get my point. Like, I think that actually probably qualifies as negative territory, because that is guidance. That is content you're not going to catch unless you happen to roam into the area. Now, I know what you're thinking, but lore. Good quest design involves you going to certain areas so you can see those side quests. And you're right. Come on. There we go. But let's actually examine where the MSQ takes us. Because does it take us up here? No. In fact, no MSQ ever takes us right here. It takes us up here, Takes us down here, over here, and right here. And eventually up here. And that's it. In fact, we would have missed this side quest too if I hadn't taken a weird path flying back. Mind you, flying wasn't even in at launch, so they didn't plan for that. Hi, Hazardous. Now, you're probably thinking, Laura, you're making too big of a deal about this. This isn't that big of a deal. Right. This isn't that big of a deal. However, it is once again yet another sign of just low quality. Lack of polish. Basic quest flow is something that WoW has been doing since BC, to some extent or another. Now, it did it really badly in BC, but it still did it. Like, there are certain zones in BC and in vanilla, even, while we're on the subject, that actually knew how to do quest flow. Signposting, guidance, indicators. Being on a mount. Okay, WoW Vanilla didn't have you be on a mount, obviously, but everything else. See, the problem here is I expected the gameplay, the quest design of Shadowlands to drag its score up. Problem is, the quest design is having problems like the thing I'm talking about right this very second. And of course, we can't give any positive for dungeons, which is a shame. These are very good dungeons. I actually did several mythics last night and recorded them just to showcase how mythics work and how the dungeons work and blah, blah, blah. But no, can't actually give those. Yeah, no, like, granted, I had a bit of a negative experience in questing in Shadowlands because I was doing a co-op. And as I've mentioned a few times, the co-op in Shadowlands is the worst it's been since, honestly, like, Wrath, I would say. Like, the amount of objectives that do not share, the amount of little, tiny, irritating bugs periodically were not insubstantial. Because cutting corners. This is one of those funny things. I'm trying to think how to put this into words. Because the age-old axiom is that nobody cares if you cut corners because nobody actually cares or appreciates when you put out a good product, right? The problem is that's always been bullcrap. And WoW Shadowlands itself is actually a pretty good indicator of that. The Shadowlands dip was a very real phenomenon and was something that led to almost the death of the game. I hate to keep repeating that little factoid, but it's so important to understanding something. And that something is the fact that WoW players in general were sick of this crap. Yeah, we need that quality. We need that improvement. Now, this is purely anecdotal, but for example, there have been a few times where certain fast food chains here in the States have tried to cut corners. And the result every single time has been universally the same. People stop going to that fast food chain. Because the developers, the creators, the suits, let's call them what they are, all think the same thing. You're going to buy whatever no matter what because you don't care about quality. But almost every single time, that's even worse as it is. Almost every single time, like they've tried to pull back on quality of fries, quality of hamburger meat, quality of the buns they use. What happens is their sales dip because the thought process, it's easy to understand. The thought process is you're driving through town, you want to pick up something on the way to work, and there's just like a 5-second calculation. You're probably not even aware of it in the back of your mind. And you think, well, Burger King has sucked lately, so you don't go to Burger King. And they have just lost a sale because they cut corners. This is so easy to understand because this is the major... I hate to once again talk about economics. Sorry. But this is the reason why monopolies are bad things. This is why if there's only one burger joint in town, it's a bad thing. Because if you want a burger, then you go to the burger joint, no matter how much they cut corners, no matter how much it's a bad product. Because it's the only game in town, right? It's one of the reasons I like the fact that other MMOs have managed to actually push and challenge WoW. WoW is still on top and will continue to be on top for a long time, but part of the reason why is because they had competition. Because they nearly died. And that other competition needs to keep pushing. And thankfully, by all accounts, has been. Like, FF14 is going pretty strong, despite what some idiots on the internet will tell you. And Guild Wars 2 is about to have its next expansion. 2 expansions after the MMO was almost dead. Like, actually dead. And from what I understand, ESO is still going strong, too. I speak vaguely about ESO because I'm just not as aware of what's going on in their space. The last I checked, ESO is still going strong. The problem with WoW killers, I can actually talk about that. We can shift topics briefly. The problem with WoW killers was they were trying very, very hard to beat WoW at its own game. And that was always an extremely stupid idea. It's like this. Let's say that... I'm trying to think of a specific example here. Let's say that I want to get into highlight reels. Oh, I already did that. Now, I actually do know a decent amount about editing. Let's assume I don't. Let's assume I know nothing about editing or highlighting or clipping or anything. And I'm going to do so by doing everything in my power to directly emulate what Mr. Red does. So I can become a better highlighter than Mr. Red. Like, that's my specific and implicit goal. Excuse me. And I'm going to show that Mr. Red, by golly. And because I am directly competing with him and directly trying to accomplish exactly what he does, I have pretty much guaranteed that I'm going to fail right out of the gate. Because he knows what he's doing better than I do. And assuming he's not sitting on his laurels, he is still practicing and improving his craft as he does so. If you were to think of it like in RPG terms, right? His highlight skill is up here, and I just started, so I'm down here. Who do you think is going to win this contest? No, you'll notice the MMOs I just mentioned are all different from WoW. The closest one is FF14, and FF14 is very structurally different from WoW. ESO, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, EVE Online, Lotro even qualifies. These are very, very different animals, and that's the point, is that they have gone very far out of their way to be different than WoW. And hey, it's why games like Rift fell apart almost immediately, to use a specific example. And I liked Rift for what it was, but let's be clear. Rift was a WoW clone, and that was the problem. And there were a lot of MMOs that fell into that gap.
Have you been keeping up with your rituals?
Yes, my rituals are very up to date. Thank you for asking.
Just you together.
A little bit of a private question, but, you know, I don't mind. I've been finding a lot of Tarless corpses lately. I know it's all because those bone-toothed Calzi love so much. I spotted one that's responsible for the slaughter just west of here. Don't mention it to Calzi. I just need you to kill it, please. Okay. That actually would be cool, and honestly, if I had the money, let's just call it what it is, I would totally make that a real contest. Yeah, like a prize for succeeding. I'd let you guys vote, and then I'd let me vote, and we'd kind of compile the results and see which highlight reel was actually the best. I don't have money, so I can't do that. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get off on that weird random tangent there. I apologize. The point I was trying to reach was because this is related, I swear. The point I was trying to reach is Shadowlands was so unpolished that people did exactly what they do when Burger King drops its quality of its fries. They just were like, all right, what else is in town? And they tried other things.
We're all just meat for the wagon.
Okay. So, who's up for Ardenweald? I hope you're ready to get just absolutely be buried in what I've mentally started dubbing Blades of all positives. I am actually legitimately curious what you think of Ardenweald when we get there, Blade Taval. Because I know you hate the art style. And I'm curious if even this can crack that hatred. By the way, hi, Valerian. Let's do that. Yeah. Hi, Krakenson. So, let's see. Infinite subs! Sorry. Hang on. So, your main is an engineer and a miner. You're thinking of dropping mining on your hunter. See, I'm kind of... Huthor, I'm going to defer this question to you. I don't really do professions anymore. I sort of walked away from that in BFA. Like, I don't know what professions are good and for what nowadays. Enchantment, maybe? Because you don't need anything else to support enchantment, right? You can just have enchantment on there without everything else. At least you used to be able to. Patch Within... Jedi Fallen Order, and Jedi Survivor. Thank you for the sub, Lethal.
How may I aid you, mortal?
I'm glad of your return, mortal. I pray you were successful in preventing the advent of war between Bastion and Maldraxxus.
The Eternal City must endure.
The information you uncovered in Maldraxxus should quell the drums of war between the Necrolords and the Kyrians. This message from the Primus is extraordinary. I would advise you to enlist High Lord Fourdragon's counsel, but he appears preoccupied. Visitors from your world have come to seek him out. Quite insistently, I might add. The nuances of mortal interaction elude me, but it seems the nature of their dialogue was rather intense. Okay.
We all have a part to play.
I will say this, right now I have no professions in War Within, but if I was to pick up anything, I would lean towards herbalism and alchemy. Flasks are really good. Cooking would be another one. Buff, right? Buff foods, buff flasks. So, hi, Talia.
We need to know if our friends can still be saved.
You do not understand the risk, Talia. For me to peer into the maw would mean...
I journeyed all the way to the realms of death to meet the father I thought was lost to me. Bolvar Fourdragon, one of Azeroth's bravest heroes. I haven't asked a single thing of you since I was a little girl. The little girl you sent away. But I'm asking you this. Tell us if they are still alive.
My shining star, I will do as you request.
Yeah, so I gotta make this very, very clear. This is negative worthy, 100%. Khadgar casually visiting the afterlife is something that, at the end of the day, I can kind of let slide. Why? Because he's one of the most powerful and learned archmages in the entire setting. That's Talia. She has a hammer. For that matter, that's Kalia. She's a priest. And a pretty low-level priest at that, relatively speaking. Like, this is going to be a recurring trend. People, it's the warlord's problem. It's the warlord's problem all over again. People will just casually go to the afterlife because I guess the barn door is just wide open and banging in the wind. Yeah, keeping in mind that ignoring the fact that apparently we're just letting whoever in through the portals that we're maintaining. Yeah, Grift is here, for God's sake. Ignore that for a second. Let's just walk over that logical loophole. This place, like, remember when we popped in and the first reaction was, stop, you may not enter, because they've got guards with weapons? No, apparently that's all just been relaxed. Oh, it's immortal. Come on, come in, come in. Now, this could have been smoothed over, like so many things in Shadowlands. A little bit of effort could have made this work. All you have to do is really involve the brokers. These guys. Make it so, make there be a quest or a cutscene, or even just a stay a while and listen, which I guess is a cutscene, where there's several brokers who are actually convincing the voice and the will and the speaker to allow mortals to come in because trade, ideas, revitalizing, or maybe you can even like tie into it, maybe this is where the anima's coming from that we keep using in order to power these portals, is from the random people, right, that are coming in. Now, I know that doesn't quite line up, but they've been really, really vague about where anima actually comes from. So it's the kind of thing you can just kind of gloss over a little bit, right? Like, yeah, okay, sure. But instead, no. People just kind of roam in because they frickin' feel like it. But yeah, Talia comes here, and this is why Talia came here. Because Bolvar's here. And they did that big reveal back in BFA that she's Bolvar's daughter. Now that's cool and awesome, and this is not the freaking time for that.
I stand ready to help.
This eternal city is shining and beautiful, and yet the touch of death is everywhere upon it. Lady, you are in death right now. I am touched by that power too. Perhaps there are secrets here in Oribos that can help me understand what that means. The attendants speak with such certainty of their purpose. Perhaps they can help me find mine as well. Spoilers. Nope.
I've always dreamed of it.
The Shadowlands is remarkable, and if I'm honest, a bit terrifying. But I will not let fear stop me from helping my friends, or from getting to know the father I thought was lost to me.
Duty calls.
I will aid you as best I can.
Even through his scarred, molten visage, the emotion on Bolvar's face is plain. Is he still in pain? Like, that was actually a plot point, well, a character point, back in Wrath. And, like, he is still coursing with Dragonfire right now. Like, there's a reason his skin is ashen, you know? Honestly, yeah, Huthor. I actually mentioned this a couple of days ago. The Shadowlands is just a place. It's just somewhere you go. My daughter, here. I never thought...
The chains of the past.
When I put the Lich King's crown on my head, I wanted the world to believe I was dead. Even my daughter. I thought a lie would be kinder than the truth. But she's no longer the little girl I left in Kul Tiras, and I see my choice was a selfish one. He pauses. She and Lady Menethil have asked me to peer into the maw to see if our allies yet live. You know, the ones who have been being tortured non-stop while they've been off picking flowers.
The broken helm still resonates with the power of the Lich King. The power of the Maw.
Oh, sorry.
Together, we can focus our sight deep into the Jailer's realm. But beware, do not lose yourself within the darkness.
Yeah, Captain Taylor, excuse me, Admiral Taylor's out here. I'll show him off if he's there once we finish this. Yeah, we keep calling this place the airport. It is such an apt descriptor for what this place is. Because it really is. It's just the airport. There's just all kinds of people here. So, ready for the Jailer to actually exist again? This will be our 4th cutscene, by the way.
Not again. No! I will not yield! My mind is my own! Do you hear me?
whatever you want. I will fight you. You will not.
Yeah, this is what's been happening while we've been off picking flowers. I hate to keep reiterating that point, but there's a reason I gave this 3 negatives.
They have reached the seat of the Primus and discovered his warning.
Unfortunate, but of little consequence. Our eyes.
Ah, there he is!
This nuisance will be dealt with.
Thor!
All I can see. It is too dangerous to push further.
I could make out the Lord Admiral's voice and what must have been Thrall's as well. Their cries. Oh, they chilled me to the bone.
Sorry, I've been busy.
I did not hear Anduin, nor Bane Bloodhoof. High Lord, are you certain you cannot try again?
Not yet, Kalia. There is a price to be paid for such visions. I dare not attempt another so soon.
High Lord, this mortal bears an urgent warning from the Primus of Maldraxxus. They must see it delivered to the other realms.
Please aid them, honored voice, while I talk with the others. We must consider the implications of what we've seen.
Implications? Our friends are actively being tortured. Let's go freaking rescue them. We already know, by the way, this is MSQ, right? So, as of this point in time, we have already rescued people from the Maw. Twice. So let's go. But no.
We stand together against the darkness.
What might your purpose be?
Stop tempting me! Stop it! Okay, real talk, it is good gameplay design that at multiple steps that option exists. That is legitimately good gameplay design. There's a reason I gave that a positive. That is a good thing. But it is hysterical how every time I talk to her, because I talk to her constantly, she's like, here's your next quest, but would you like to skip the whole campaign? It really wants me to skip. Okay, hang on. I gotta type up my thoughts on why that cutscene we just saw is bad. Give me a second. +3 to mental health encouragement. Shadowlands skippable. Okay, journey to Ardenweald. Let's do it.
Consider your words.
Yeah, our friends are being tortured in hell. Yay. The warnings you received from the Primus need to reach the Winter Queen of Ardenweald. The Eternal Ones must stand together against the coming darkness. The Winter Queen oversees the cycle between life and death. In her forest slumber ancient spirits of nature that must be reborn. I fear the anima drought will have taken an especially grim toll on her realm. The Night Fae can lead you to the Queen. Bring her this message and she will know what must be done.
All will be judged fairly.
Finally, some action.
Okay. Okay, hang on. You know how our brains process things really, really quickly? So I want you to know what just happened in half a second as I started walking this way. First thing I did was I started walking, and then I mentally thought, wait, I should stop so I can mount. And then I looked around, confirmed that, yes, this is definitely a mount situation. In other words, this is a far enough trip that a mount will be faster than walking. Then I realized, wait, I'm an Oribos, I can't mount, and then I kept going. No, I will never stop making fun of that crap. I'm sorry, I hate the lack of mounting in FF14, and I hate it here. This is all, it's actually kind of worse here, because in FF14 that's the norm, and they have the teleport crystals. In WoW, this is the only city in the game that prevents you from mounting, more or less randomly. Imagine for a moment if Tuliolo was the only city like that. If every city up to then was like, hey, let's go someplace, no problem, mount up, go. But then you get to Tuliolo and it's like, hey, go here. Okay.
How may I serve?
Who's ready for all the positives? In fact, here, let me actually check my spreadsheet, because I gotta figure out a range here. I believe it's 10. Yep, it is 10. Oh, I know. We're gonna go from Oribos to Valdrakken. Okay, so let's start with color choice. In all joking and everything else aside, the color choice here is bonkers good. Now I know what you're thinking. It's just blue. And no offense, but anyone who just thought in the back of their head, it's just blue, has no idea what color choice is and how much of a science color choice is. There are bits of pink, lavender, brown, black, white, teal. I'd say, well, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 shades of blue there. Then there's like kind of a really light green right there. Then there's a little bit more like kind of an olive green going on right there. Over there in the background, we have this like really light, oh god, I'm running out of blue words. Because there's a lot of different shades of blue, but then there's a lot of other shades going on too. And then, of course, we've got the dominant colors, which are the really, really deep purple. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Cobalt over there. Really deep purple, really bright, light blue, and then that kind of thick cobalt blue that's just kind of covering most of the back of it. Like, look at that for a second. Like, by the way, hands off the camera, right? This is, remember, they know where the camera's going to face. They can decide that. So this is your first shot of Ardenweald. This is without me touching the camera at all. This is just, here we are, right? If I start actually looking around, it gets better, because did you even notice the constellations in the sky? You know one of my favorite tidbits about that sky? I actually don't know if you can see this on stream, but it's animated. It is very subtle. But what's happening is the stars, it's a technique I've used myself before to give a little bit of motion to what otherwise would be a static picture. The stars kind of brighten and then slowly fade away again. And that's happening everywhere. And there's a tempo to it. So like some stars go in and then as a star goes out, another star goes in like this, right? And so it helps to make the whole thing look moving, regardless of the fact that it is primarily a static image. How many of you even notice that there are multiple different colors of stars up there? Obviously, there's white. Oh, there's totally shapes, Grey Wolf. There's white, and there's red, and there's purple, and I'm pretty sure, yep, I did see a teal blue. Or, I keep using teal. Teal's the wrong word. Really, really light blue. Whatever, that color is. You see at the center of that tree right there? Whatever that color is. So, yeah, get rid of my name. Cyan? That's Cyan? Is that really Cyan? I guess that's Cyan. That's not what I think of as Cyan, but apparently I'm just an idiot. And yeah, did you notice the clouds? Which are also moving, consequently. Excuse me. You'll also notice this place, in terms of visual design, is very Emerald Dream coded. What was one of the common things about the Dream we saw back in Legion? The spirally curved stuff, right? There were spiral patterns in the flowers and the grass, the trees, the branches would curve over, the roots would curve over like that. That's a constant thing here. Look at, honestly, any of the branches on any of those trees do the same general thing. They kind of curve up. You see on both the right and left side of that, like here, right? It's not going to let me ping it. You get it. You get it. There's another example of this branch right in front of me. Oh yeah, there's also the literal floor we're standing on. I was going to use that last. But also the giant tree in the background, which is literally just a spiral of branches around it. So yeah, once again, and I hate to keep hammering this point in, this should have just been a part of the Dream. Maybe it was originally part of the Dream. As we've talked about, it's entirely possible a lot of this stuff was designed and then placed into the Shadowlands, rather than designed to be a part of the Shadowlands. Wait, it's your birthday, Evo? Happy birthday. If you don't get something sweet today, so help me. Maybe cheesecake related? I don't know. Cheesecake is good. Cheesecake can be good. But I love this. I really do. Can I just gush about that color distinction choice right there? It would be easy and cheap to look at that and say blue and brown. But this is the difference right here. And I mean this with sincerity. This is the difference between people who know what they're doing and people who don't. This is polished, this screen right here. Really take in that bark for a second. Really take in the sheer level of detail and density that that bark has. It clearly is bark, right? It clearly invokes the idea of tree. And yet, it doesn't look anything like a tree. It's, first of all, it's the ground. But second of all, it's got these weird spirals in it. It's got Valerian giving me a donation. It's got a lot of weird and interesting colors in it. Like I mentioned, like you can literally see just right there, pinks and greens and yellows. And yeah, it's also got that pearlescent motif. I don't think it has reflection, and I'm correct. So that's just a static texture, but still. Someone put a lot of thought and effort into drawing that bark texture right there. And then, of course, we have the wonderful petals, which are literally glowing. It is the perfect way to encapsulate alien while being familiar at the same time. And forgive me for gushing, but that is some crazy good visual design there. This is legitimately Nintendo levels of visual design, and I am honestly very impressed. So, first of all, thank you, Valerian, very, very much, as always. But plot twist, the bow is for Evo. Valerian said, bow for Evo, and I said, yes, I bow to Evo. Also, that's for your choice, so you get to pick what that goes to, Evo. No. Got about halfway through typing Emperor Valerian and had to fix that. Oh God, this is its own. This is a challenge for me. I knew this challenge would happen, although I expected I'd run into this challenge in Dragonflight. It's so good. I can't just say 3 pluses to brickwork. We have to zoom in the camera more. We have to actually look at individual tile sets and individual usages of visual design because it's just sort of crazy. So I'm just going to jot down some thoughts right now, and we'll figure out how many pluses this is later. So we've got the floor texture, we've got the grass layering, we've got the doodads, obviously. We'll call this the road doodad specifically. So, little kitty, big city, SNES block, and Pathfinder too long. Yeah, no, this zone is probably the least negative generating zone we're going to see. And I'm counting Revendreth, which is kind of awesome by memory. Although I said that about Maldraxxus and I was wrong, so maybe I should shut my mouth. But, like, you see what I mean by the doodad choice? Let's take this in for a second. First of all, I love that the waterfall actually has those petals in it. Just to add a little bit of a nice touch there. We've got these wonderfully weird, like, open-faced flower things. And the string. I know this is just inspired by some Fae thing somewhere. But, like, I love how there's these glowing ephemeral ropes that tie pieces and bits of things together. Like, there's the one on this one I'm standing on. If you look over here at this thing, too. Come on, camera. Come on. There we go. Over here. You can see, too, that there's, like, ropes just kind of tying everything together. And how many of you have ever noticed those ropes are actually animated? Do you see that? There's a little bit of flow of energy going through it. Yeah, remember, Evo asked, just yesterday, I believe, you know, where do people who are non-combatants go? This is probably the default option. Ardenweald. And, of course, we've got, like, little just charms periodically. Like that thing right there on this rope thing. I'm running out of words. There's so much to describe here. I'm running out of vocabulary. How many of you noticed? Of course you noticed this, but, you know, we've got the constellations of the sky. I need to mention the skybox. The actual brick, Jesus Christ, wood. The actual wood actually has rivulets of light blue glowing in them. And yeah, we've got moths and wisps and all kinds of creatures flying in the distance, which would be cool in its own right. But they decide to give them contrails, which was a brilliant choice because not only does it look pretty, but it's a great way to call your eye's attention to it. We're attached to motion just because of our biology. But when you see something, and I hope they'll come back while I'm talking about this, so I can really, there you go. See, you could have seen those little birds flying through there easily. But the fact that they have those contrails just kind of adds to it. It shows you where they've been, and it kind of gives you more of an indicator of how they're moving in motion relative to each other. It adds more of a pattern to it. It also, I was about to point this out, mimics the constellations right behind it, which I was trying to frame in the shot there. And all of this is before we've moved 5 feet. I haven't even talked about the big trees yet. Did you notice? Let's see if I can scooch forward without triggering the cutscene. Did you notice that the actual trees over here have, so they've got the petals falling off of them, but there's this violet cloud, this fog that moves through them. Now, WoW is somewhat lower polygon count. I don't know if that's actually an accurate term anymore than a lot of other games tend to be, especially of this era. So what WoW has gotten really, really, really good at over the years is using tricks and techniques in order to try and use that to its advantage. So if you look at those trees right there, let me get rid of the HUD for a second. There's not a lot of nuance to the polygon count, to how many vectors are being. I'm using the wrong terminology. The geometry is not super advanced, so they use a lot of different things to kind of convey the density of the trees without having to actually change the entire engine under the hood. It's worth noting that this is still much improved over vanilla, and even if it wasn't, this is the kind of technique they could have used back in vanilla to make this work out. Because that just looks absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, WoW can actually handle pretty high geometry. Anybody who doubts that, look at the in-engine cutscenes in War Within. But anyways, moving on. So now, we're done gushing about how amazing this looks. I'm not going to cover that thing in the distance there yet. We'll get to that. Let's actually see what's going on story-wise.
This will be a prank to remember. Oh, hello there.
Hello, Lady Moonberry. Who I believe is still a they, despite being called Lady. I'm not actually 100% sure about that, but this, obviously they're a Fae, and most Fae are they, so here we are. I also love their treants, yeah. Very tall, gangly, and I love the faces they've got. If I might be so bold, Blade Taval, one of the things that I've noticed in my career professionally is that all of us tend to be into like one thing. Sometimes it's more than one thing. But there's something we're into. And if we're into that thing, we tend to notice when it's done well and poorly more, right? Evo, who is actually a professionally trained artist, could probably do a much better job of really conveying exactly how well designed this screen is right here. A friend of mine who's really into racing could tell you exactly how incredible the certain engine is that's being used by such and such team at this particular year, because it's doing this and that with the fuel, right? We can zoom in the camera more when we know more about a thing because we are more into a thing. I have to admit, visual design has been a thing for me, and the very concept of brickwork has been a thing for me since Mega Man 2. And I know that's dating myself a little bit, but you get the idea. The idea of visually telling the story in the background is something I kind of grew up on, because NES. Most NES games didn't have story other than what was going on in the background. And so it's something I kind of delved into. I'm nowhere near a professionally trained artist, but I can look at that and I can see the design on display and I can appreciate it and try to zoom in the camera on how well done it is. It's the same thing with certain aspects of quest design and hit design and stuff like that. Because, like, sorry, but we just saw something else. Water. Here's a pond, right? So, touches. For example, the water's clearly coming from over there. So they decided to add a movement texture to it, which is kind of layered over the water, which makes it look like the water is going that way. Which makes perfect sense. And so we've got the refractive light, which is reflecting all over that. Then we've got the same pedal motif thing, which is kind of going there. And all of it is constantly moving in that direction, being pushed by the waterfall. None of that's necessary. That's the other thing I've noticed. When you yourself try to make something like this, you start to appreciate how incredibly, insanely difficult this kind of stuff is to do. How time-consuming and how hard it is to do it properly. And I have done this kind of visual design before, and this sort of stuff takes absolutely bloody forever. So, you know, just seeing those textures at the bottom, because let me talk this out for a second. A typical game, what they will do for a scene like this is they'll have the waterfall coming down, they'll have the water itself, and then they'll have it going over the edge. And that's it. The ground will be just the same ground texture, or maybe it'll be an underwater texture. So, same general texturing as this dirt I'm standing on right now. And maybe they might have things like these petals here. And that's it. Then you take into account the fish, which are not only there, but are moving and animated. Also, there's several pools of them, and they kind of merge and go out from every single one of them. You've got the movement of the water I just mentioned. You've got the different lilies that are under the water. You've got the actual plants that are underwater. How many of you even noticed there's bioluminescent fungus coming out of that water at the base of it? All those little details is because someone somewhere designed that doodad and then placed it. That's doodad design right there. And that takes... Yeah, exactly, Hazardous. The first time... I actually distinctly remember the first time I sat down, it was with the StarCraft map editor specifically. And I was trying to make something, and in my head I could see what I was trying to make. And what I made looked nothing like it. And it was just so confusing to me. I'm like, well, wait, what? And it took me a while and a decent amount of practice to even make something even close to the little detail I was picturing. It was amateur, to be very blunt about it. This is the opposite of amateur. This is crazy. And that's why I tend to appreciate this stuff so much. Anyways, moving on. So we're going to give a lot of Blade Travell positives here.
This will be a prank to remember.
Let's move on with the quests.
Oh, hello there.
Yeah, even the animals have this kind of swirl motif. I mean, you saw the hair there? Hey, Dragon Player. Oh, man, I can't wait. So Pathfinder, if it's anything like the first Pathfinder game, is definitely going to have some good visual storytelling positives. Andromeda? We'll see. And Snuffkin, which I know nothing about. Path of the Witches. Okay.
What can I do for you?
We haven't seen anyone come through the gateway in a very long time. Yeah, about 2 years. Certainly not someone like you. What brings you to Ardenweald?
Is that all?
A message from the Primus of Maldraxxus, you say? We haven't heard from him in... Well, it's been a long time. Again, at least since Warcraft 2, bare minimum. This isn't a prank, is it? The Queen doesn't have time for pranks, but I do. Moonberry leans in closer and whispers to you. And for this one, I think we need more Lily. They wink. Let me take a look at this message. You bring that last Lily to Featherlight, and then we'll talk. So real quick, more visual storytelling. As I've said before, I like the bespoke backdrops. How many of you noticed that the Bastion one was very Bastion-aligned? The Maldraxxus one had like the Maldraxxus symbol of it. And the Ardenweald one has a picture of the Winter Queen there.
The message is magically sealed? Well, that's no fun.
The reason I bring that up, we've been talking about the relevance of each Eternal one to their zone as we go. Like Bastion, what's her face? I don't remember her damn name. Puts herself at the top and has a whole hierarchy under her. In Maldraxxus, the Primus established the houses, each of which have their own Margraves and then their own Barons, and each of them serve as a separate function, a very hyper-specialized, spread-out thing. In Ardenweald, there's the Winter Queen, and then there's everybody else. The Winter Queen doesn't... So, to explain that a little bit, in Bastion, everybody looks like the Archon. Everybody. Over time, you literally lose your appearance and slowly look more like a Kyrian, which is based on her. So that's her own little ego being presented throughout the zone, as you must look like her. We'll see something like that in Revendreth as well. In Maldraxxus, everything's about the scavenging and the practicality of salvaging parts, so everybody looks like a giant mess. But in Ardenweald, nobody looks like the Winter Queen. She is unique and distinct and above everyone else. I don't know if this is very Fey, because I don't know Fey mythos very well, but this feels very Fey to me, right? Y'all can do whatever you want, but I'm on top. Period. Notice the very, very, very first quest we get here is to roam around the very area I've been doing.
Featherlight, you place the lily. This stupid seal just won't open.
Moonberry, could you please stop trying to open a letter that's not for you?
Always so much to do.
Zayhad, wake up!
My slumber recedes.
Nice hat. Nice beard, too.
A beard, a hat, gifts of time, the forest sighs in laughter. You bring joy, Lady Moonberry.
I try, old friend, and I know you'll help the forest grow again soon.
I love their feet. The tri-feet, do you see that? You don't see triple-feeted creatures very often, probably because it's actually really, really inefficient, but I love the uniqueness of it.
You're a special one, aren't you? This way. Come along. Sadly, the Winter Queen cannot grant you an audience. Her spirit is spread thin across Ardenweald. This drought threatens the entire forest. Your voice is but one bird singing in the night. The Queen's magic protects every branch, every leaf. If not for her vigilance, all might be lost. For now, we Night Fae must act in her stead.
Help! Help me!
I warned you not to come back! Ugh, Spriggans. Sorry, I had to make a quick stop on the way.
Yeah, here's the not satyrs. I actually don't remember what they're called. It's these guys right here. Okay, maybe I could find one who isn't, like, cowering in pain. Yeah, whatever. No, we have dryads. These are dryads at home? I don't know. I actually agree. I think the whole drought idea was probably invented for Ardenweald and then expanded to the other three zones, excuse me. Well, I guess 4. But yeah, I agree with this, Miristar. From my understanding, usually Fae are pranksters with an absence of morality, which is why they tend to come across as evil. In this case, these are pranksters with a positive morality. In other words, they are positively inclined, but they're still pranksters. And that's going to be a recurring trend. It's also an interesting take on it, which I happen to appreciate.
So nice to see you.
I hope your arrival in Ardenweald is a sign that better times are on the horizon.
What fun you're about to have.
Let's make a deal. I'll seek out the Winter Queen on your behalf if you complete a few duties in my stead. Queen isn't the only one who's been kept busy by the drought. First, you're going to help my fellow Fae with their Spriggan problem. Boot their leader off that poor moth. Featherlight will tell you where to go after that. We'll reunite in Tirnaval if you survive. Oh, if I would stay off on the path if I were you. Ardenweald can be dangerous.
Such witty. Featherlight will guide you from here. Help the forest as you head for Tirnaval.
Yeah, by contrast, the Spriggans are here to kill you.
Don't worry, I'll make this slow.
And yeah, they actually want you to suffer as you go down, because of course they do. Hello, Bwan Samdi. Told you you'd be back. Let me get rid of him first.
Give me your best shot.
Ooh, he's got health. Okay, I'll hit a few buttons. What is that? Ah.
So...
that is actually the dungeon.
Lonely old one Samdi.
I'm just gonna hold on to that quest for now.
See you soon. Real soon.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. We've got another dungeon quest we'll come back to later. Let's just put that off for now.
I am quite busy, you know.
If you can handle the Spriggans, perhaps I can give you some more interesting items on Lady Moonberry's agenda. Excellent.
As you were.
Let's see. There was a request for help regarding imperiled wild seed. Something about an egg? Original note wasn't entirely clear, but the Fae who sent it was Corinth. Again. Well, I suppose I'll find out what his trouble is soon enough. I'll fly ahead and look for him. Stick to the path.
Will that be all? Corinth is always getting into trouble. Let's see what it is this time.
And yeah, sorry, the language, the dialogue of each zone is a bit different. As it should be. WoW's been pretty good about its dialogue design since...
Featherlight, over here.
I'd say Kata is when they really started to nail that. I love how they walk, by the way. The Sylvar? These guys. I wonder, they have a decent animation rig. I wonder if they were intended to be an allied at some point.
A friend of Featherlight is a friend of mine.
There's so little... Hi, Nathanos! There's so little anima, and I've had to say goodbye to so many slumbering spirits. Friends I've looked after for ages. But Elder Dunmira is so close to her time of awakening, I couldn't say goodbye like that. I moved her wild seed to a spot where I thought she could get a little more anima to make it through, and then that terrible creature stole it. I think the bird's trying to incubate it like an egg. I'm sorry, hold on. What's a wild seed? They're the purpose of Ardenweald. Wild seeds contain slumbering nature spirits like Elder Dunmira, who's under that bird. If you could coax it out for her, maybe I could grab it. I'm glad Moonberry was able to send someone she couldn't come herself. Normally she wants a song and dance for her help. So, we can help him. Or, we could request a song and dance. I'm gonna dance, please.
Night and well, if you insist. Lady Moonberry is the finest fairy. Is this really necessary?
So, there's actually a reason I wanted to go ahead and do that. Because, again, that's James Peary. The voice of Nathanos.
All right, you have my attention.
Try to coax the bird away from the nest.
Let me just strut my stuff here.
Keep it up. I'll just sneak past.
Hey there, baby. You want to go... I have no idea how birds procreate. Please don't inform me. I don't want to know. But I just realized, like, there was just this gap in knowledge there. I was like, wait, what do they do? I know eggs are involved at some point.
Uh-oh.
Time to murder her. Murder, death, murder, death. Murder, death. Murder, death. Time to do as Nathanos would have requested. Oh, I do not blame you off the deeper end. I hope it was a good birthday.
And what is it you require?
That was fun to watch. You had a bird ready to build a nest and raise hatchlings. I needed that laugh.
Very well, then. I am quite busy.
Yeah, there's not a lot of reasons to laugh nowadays in Ardenweald. I am surprised but pleased that you weren't torn to pieces. Well done. But now I fear we have a far more serious task to complete. The Wintergreen has decreed that Heartwood Grove's anima is to be reclaimed, and its denizens left to wither. Not all the wild seeds will go with them. In fact, only a few have been chosen to save. Think about what that actually means for a second. I love this intro. It does such a good job of establishing the stakes. It starts off silly, lighthearted, positive. And then the next thing we do, like 2 beats into the story, is, by the way, the drought is destroying everything, so we have to abandon people to desiccate to death. And I should mention, unlike Maldraxxus, this is permanent death. Anything left behind here is going to go away.
Carry on. Follow me. Heartwood Grove isn't far.
But there's a drought.
Each wild seed holds a spirit of nature who will one day awaken and return to their world. The Queen must decide which ones survive and which wither away. The spirit within, lost forever.
Yep.
It's a grim task, but until the drought ends, it has to be done.
As an
Look for refuge elsewhere, friend. This grove will soon be gone.
Yeah, so how many of you caught that? I'm sorry to reiterate something you probably did, but this is my job, so let me do my job. Okay, just let me have this. Really watch this. This is another wonderful example of visual storytelling. Look around for a second. What do you see? Life. Blooms, water, peaceful. We go down here a little bit. We start to see our first color variants down here. When we're dealing with the Spriggans, we start to see this kind of autumny red leaves in the ground. And it adds just a taint to the overall. Like, if you just ignore everything and you just see that shot, even if you're not specifically zooming in on the details, you're catching that something's a little off. That red tint looks off. We go a little bit further down. And as they're discussing the drought, this is the shot we get. And look at that change in tone. Now, not only is it almost entirely that kind of red autumny leaves, but we have entire trees that have no leaves on them at all. Dead trees. And all of a sudden the visuals are completely different. That is a brilliant bit of visual storytelling. The timing of it is perfect, because as we're crossing that bridge, which is designed as a filter change line, that's when he's talking about leaving behind, selecting, choosing who gets to permanently die. And yeah, you like this dusty wind effect and little leaves blowing on the wind? And while we're on the subject, there's a little bit of an autumn tone here, right? Like a early winter tone, which is actually another bit of visual storytelling, which I'll cover why in a bit. So give me one moment, please. I gotta process all this. Yeah, you notice the music shift too. I didn't even process that. Thank you very well. Okay.
I serve the Queen.
Oh, hang on. Speaking of which.
And Grove.
So, there are 3 names on this list. This is the list of people to be saved. 3. Elder Dunmira, that's the one we just rescued. Nygathella, don't actually recognize that one. And Ashabane. Ashabane died in Legion, if you remember. Anybody who was a druid probably recognizes that one immediately.
Welcome to Ardenweald.
He sighs wearily as he reads the short list of wild seeds. We will, Lord Harriman. I don't know when, but we'll see it. All of them are through the campaigns, except for Bastion, which we'll get to later. At least a few of these will be relocated to Tirnaval.
The
Featherlight, we be in need of help.
Hello?
Welcome to Ardenweald.
Sorry, who are you? I'm a soul. When my time came, I was called to Ardenweald. I worked with spirits of all my life, so it only felt natural. How do you like my soul shape form? I always wanted to run around as a wolf all the time. So yes, this is what, like, you would end up as most likely if you ended up here in the afterlife. There's other possibilities, of course, but that is our first insight into a typical mortal.
We give what we can. The spirits are watching.
If you're standing in for Lady Moonbearer, then maybe you can help. Wagon Master Darrowin was escorting a bunch of us to a new grove when we were attacked by a pack of hungry predators. The wolf be a fast soul shape, so I got away. But some of the little ones weren't so lucky. They'd be hunted like prey. Come on, they're just down the road.
Run free. This way. We were attacked by starving wildlife. There are souls in danger.
And that is, of course, another danger of a drought. Everything is hungry.
I swore an oath to care for those wild seeds. We can't just abandon them.
Yeah, we don't go into the groves yet. We immediately move on to deal with another issue to really help indicate how bad things have gotten.
Tazan, you found help.
Hello, Awul.
What have you heard?
Have you come to help?
I was trying to take these souls to a place to give their anima, but it all went wrong. The wildlife of Ardenweald was never so dangerous before the drought. I need to get them safely to the Spirit Glen. Please help.
Please save those poor souls.
You got it. Notice all of these are named Starving Shadowstalkers. Listen to the music. Plus to frickin' music. Technically 2 pluses to music. That's a good question, though, and quite possibly. If you look at those are very lean-looking animals. But I don't know if that's just style, or if it's because of the fact that they're starving.
Safe, safe. Here on your head.
Hey, get off my head! Get off my head! Get off my head! Ah!
Please, lend me your aid, and I embrace you. We're in your debt.
Yeah, this is more or less just a recovery afterlife for, I have no nicer way to put this, normal people.
And what is it you require?
It's been a while since a new soul arrived in Ardenweald, so each one here is already precious to us. I'll make sure to let Lady Moonbury know of the heroic rescue effort on her behalf. She might even decide she owes you a favor. I don't want a favor. I don't want a favor. No, actually, I haven't touched anything at all on my mic. Maybe I'm just doing a better job of conveying lately. I don't know. I would say yeah, Luke, absolutely. That's everything on the list for this part of the forest. Lady Moonbury said to meet her in Tirnaval. It's just down the road. I'm going to fly ahead so everyone knows to expect you. Just stay on the path and you won't be eaten. Probably. See you soon.
Stay on the road to reach Tirnaval. I'll see you there.
Infinite afterlife, Xavion. So I have a theory. A lore theory. We have a pretty good idea that they wanted to do some Emerald Dream stuff pretty far back. There's been hints about that here and there. And it's a pretty good idea that what eventually ended up with Amir Drasil was probably something that was at least a line on a whiteboard somewhere, right? The reason I bring that up is because of how development cycles work, there's a really good chance that this was intended to be an Emerald Dream related zone. I mean, it obviously is related to the Emerald Dream, but you get what I mean. In other words, it wasn't supposed to be part of the afterlife. It was supposed to be part of the dream. Kind of distinguishing the two here. And I bring that up because I think that might be part of why this place is sufficiently more designed than the rest of it. Because this was probably the very first zone that was being made. Like early BFA time, before the offices were truly on fire. Like, you remember how Bastion fell, right? Or Maldraxxus? They were practically racing through there, and there were just bumps on the road everywhere.
Help! Won't anyone please help me?
Wait, what's wrong?
Do
What's wrong?
you need something?
My granny is so sick. We were trying to go to Tirnaval. We were hoping the Droman would help us, but she's so weak and the forest is so dangerous. Will you help me? She's so sick.
Oh, thank you, stranger. It's so hard to find someone you can trust.
What's funny is this place perfectly fits the original version of the Shadowlands. This is just a reflection of the dream. More or less literally, the other side. Sylvar is unnaturally pale and barely breathing. She might be dead already. You blink and one eye is wide open, staring at you. The mouth stretches into a gaping maw. What big teeth you have, Granny! Okay, so you want to try that again?
Greetings. Farewell. Now we play for real.
You should have stuck to the road.
Spriggans. Dead Spriggans. Yep, Spriggan Brigands. Back to the road. By the way, there's actual patterns in the trees too, which mirror the patterns up in the sky. I mean, we talked about that, Xavier. They probably, again, it's a lack of polish. Because what they meant was they wanted something dramatic sounding. If you say, there's 137 afterlives, that doesn't sound dramatic, right? So they said, there's infinite afterlives. It sounds more dramatic. The problem is, even a single polishing pass could have fixed that. I myself posited the word they could have used instead of infinite is multitude. It's got a nice ring to it, and it still sounds big and impressive, right? There is a multitude of afterlives.
Hurry now! Everything must be perfect for the Queen.
Hello again. I have good news.
Do you? Oh, I notice we're back to a more lively part of it. I love the flow of this song. Speaking of which, let's knock down the flow. I mean, you're probably right, Monobrent. It especially does fit the Banished one, because that is his writing style. AKA bad. Yeah, you like this? So this is the first one we see that's up and about and roaming. The leaf hair, the glowing eyes, the triple legs, the long flowing arms. I'm gonna even notice they actually have clothing, too. Not much, but it's there. I love how the leaf hair also forms a scarf.
You could probably use a little help, huh?
I mean, yeah, Mr. Red. So you got Corinth to do the dance. I knew I liked you. I'll keep your name in mind in case I have any other odd jobs or favors to do. So, I have good news. The Queen is coming to Tirnaval. This grove will remain open to tend the wild seeds and harbor souls. She'll be here soon to bless the heart and reinvigorate everything. We should have a chance to talk to her then.
Always a pleasure. Oh, this should be interesting.
Featherlight says you kept up your end of the deal. That's great to hear. And, good news, we might just be able to get you an audience with the Queen when she arrives. Isn't that exciting?
Never a dull moment with you.
Rest and dream of
Who are you? What are you? I am Tyrion. I am of the forest, kin to the trees. When the Winter Queen stretched out her hand and created Ardenweald, we were the first to grow. We dug our roots deep and lifted walls high. We built the groves. The Tyranids serve until the immeasurable breadth of time is spent and we return to the cycle.
Leaves fall as the seasons.
Animals of the forest, mortal souls given form, frolic in the glen. Their anima, a boon to the Weald, given freely as rain on the leaves. But danger lurks in the shadows. A dark storm of malice and enmity tears at the trees. Creatures seeking shelter find only peril. Rescue them. All right, how many of you noticed that that sentence structure is different from everyone else here? Specifically the Ents. Ugh, Carinthia. Let's not talk about Carinthia.
Spread your roots.
Troubled winds sweep across Tirnaval. The boughs tremble in concern over the Queen's arrival. All must be as it should be. Dreamweaver's wings droop with the weight of worry. Chaos swirls around the wild seeds under his care. Calm the churning waters of the grove. Bring harmony to discord, and let Dreamweaver flutter once more.
We have a lot to do before the Queen arrives. No time to waste.
Help! Spriggans stole our anima! They took my friends!
I'll help you as long as you don't get on my head.
What is that?
What's this? The tall tree sent you to help us? Help us!
For the trees!
Spriggans. Nasty Spriggans. They came up to the grove. They messed it all up. They took an anima from soul webs. They were collecting it. Yes, collecting it for the tall tree in the grove. The Spriggans have to pay! Beat them up. We'll use soul web to take back the anima. We need it. They don't.
Oh, time to go.
No, my friends, they gave so much of their anima, they lost their forms. We all take a form when we come here, you see, something that suits us, but we got the anima to give, to help the groves, and we give so much, sometimes too much. I still have some anima. I still have my form. Get me to my friends, we can get their forms back.
We must save them. Hurry!
Okay. Have fun, Evo. Happy birthday again. Craftinium Inn of Forever. I was gonna say, that sounds like a Hearthstone Afterlife, which was probably the intent. They were really pushing Hearthstone at this point in time. Like, really, really pushing Hearthstone at this point in time. Yep, people who die in Goldshire go play Hearthstone for the rest of their lives.
Nasty buzzards! They change forms to scare us!
Ugh, disgusting. Changing someone's form.
But
And dead? Yes. Got the loot. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why they're summoning Drust illusions, but I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, come on. The Drust were like a one-off guy from... Group of guys from like a single zone. In BFA... Nobody paid attention to BFA. Yeah, it's a band. It's the bass, flute. Assembly, sure. I was gonna go with another instrument that started with A, but I suddenly couldn't think of any. So if you remember, this is a wool. We actually just rescued a wool.
a wool, you're okay.
Ooh, I can fly again. Oh, thank you, Chufa.
I've actually seen the interviews saying that they decided it was a mistake to get as far away from Azeroth as they did. I'm not sure I 100% agree with that. Speaking as someone who was not fond of the Shadowlands, I'm still not sure I agree with the core concept. I've always been down for the idea of seeing snippets of other worlds.
What an odd creature you are.
Exactly, Monobrand.
They're helping us, Rory.
Learning the wrong lesson, in other words. I mean, I hate to go into this, but, like, we've been going to other planets since Warcraft 2. You know? Planet, but still. Yeah, speaking of which, sorry, that is a valid point. So we keep talking about how to retcon the Shadowlands. It's been a topic since we were going through, like, Kata at this point. It's worth noting that there are only really 2 things that come up post-Shadowlands from Shadowlands. One is specifically Anduin's trauma, which is the only way the jailer's even relevant at all, and the other is this zone. Everything else is pretty much just left at the wayside.
Now, what sort of spirit are you?
They're not a spirit, Slinkman.
Yeah, even Anduin's trauma is super vague. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to pay attention this time around, but I'm pretty sure they don't mention the jailer's name once after Shadowlands. Not Zaval, and not the jailer. Stolen. They stole the anima and ran like crazy and... Wait, that's normal. They're always like that. Stupid Spriggans. You found them. You found my friends. They have their forms. Now we have one last thing to do. One last thing. Bad Spriggans. Bad! We take our anima. We lose our farmer. Worst of all, Mizik. He tells the others what to do. And he rides a Gorm. Big, nasty Gorm. Go get him.
Get him! Get him! The one that rides the Gorm!
Die, Gorm.
I'll take all of your anima. Outside the glen.
Who's the ancient one?
Hello there.
To the tree, to the tree! It's time for us to return to the grove. We have our anima, we have our forms. The tall tree needs the anima. The tall tree will be happy. I'll see you there.
Goodbye to the tree! To the tree! We'll all be safe at the tree.
Yeah, if you really think about it, Draenor, and by consequence Outland, has been relevant to the story since Warcraft 2. And again, keeps cropping up. It showed up in Frozen Throne, it showed up in BC, and it's been relevant a few times since BC. Not as much as I would like, admittedly, but it has cropped up periodically. It is a major plot point. Argus has been around since BC at this point. We've been hearing about the homeworld of the Draenei for forever. That's another one. And yeah, the Twisting Nether and the Void have both been a huge... The Void was pretty much invented for WoW, but it goes back to vanilla. And the Twisting Nether goes back to Warcraft 2. Correct, off the deeper end. Although, mostly if you play humans, I want to say. It's been a while since I've actually played that expansion. I am not sure, Xavier. Might be. Sorry, I'm really torn on this. I probably shouldn't be. It's just a simple choice. I'll go with that. I've been wanting to try that out anyways. So we'll put that... Warcraft 3 did have some hints of Eldritch stuff, but the Void was codified in vanilla. Still pretty far back. Just, you know. What's funny is I'm pretty sure the Emerald Nightmare and the Void were not originally connected. Or not intended to be connected. It was later they decided to attach the two.
The grove beckons.
From acorns grow forests, and from souls comes vital anima. Small though they be, on them our fates depend. The forest sighs in gratitude.
Leaves fall as the seasons turn.
Yeah, the Void stuff back in Frozen Throne was much more traditionally Cthulhu-esque tentacle creatures. Worked, but they wouldn't expand on it for a bit.
No, no. This won't please the Queen at all.
In fact, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the first time they really started fleshing out the old gods was Wrath. Keeping in mind, we fought an old god in vanilla. Armies of Exego. I've heard of that, but I have not played it, Trihexia. That's true. Tol'vir come from Warcraft 3, although that's kind of a reverse engineer thing. Yeah, there's a lot of the Star Wars effect in Warcraft. I mean, the Clone Wars was mentioned in A New Hope, but nobody had any idea what it was going to be until we actually got there, right? So, the Clone Wars goes back to A New Hope. It was just later expounded and expanded into what it actually is. Now, I have to AFK for a couple of minutes. So I'm trying to get you a nice shot. Ah, that works. I'll be right back.
Welcome.
You're new, aren't you? Not a Fae, not a soul, not a wild seed. And the Droman sent you to help me? This just got very interesting.
Be at peace. See you later.
Things are chaotic here in Tranquil Pools. I'd be devastated if the Winter Queen saw this. This is meant to be a peaceful place where we give anima to wild seeds, but with the current drought, starving beasts have encroached on the pools and are trying to feed on the anima themselves. Sadly, we have to put them down, or else they may endanger the spirits in the wild seeds.
Dream on.
We infuse wild seeds with anima from the anima cones we collect in the surrounding area, but the caretakers are missing and we have wild seeds in need of anima infusion. This is an absolute mess that must be corrected before the Winter Queen arrives. I've already gathered a basket of anima cones. Could you use them to infuse a few of the wild seeds?
Enjoy the journey. Thank you, friend. These pools are anything but tranquil lately.
One thing I will give Shadowlands in the interest of fairness and honesty. So far, the 3 zones have had really good intros. In fact, if we include the Maw in that, so far the 4 zones have had really good intros. There's been some falling apart shortly thereafter, but like when you first get there, those initial few quests have been pretty solid.
Wild seeds need caretakers to give them anima. Without it, the spirits inside can't be reborn.
Hey, Ben One Eye, who's definitely not someone else I keep stumbling over the name of. I'll get there someday. I still think of Valerian as Emperor Valerian. Oh, I have no idea off the deeper end.
What brings you here?
So far, it's been less positive and more negative than I remember. And I was expecting it to be net positive overall, at least on the gameplay axis, but it's been floundering more than I thought it would.
Since the drought started, there hasn't been enough anima to go around. We've had to make some hard choices.
The good news is that we are pretty much in the good stuff. I mentioned that earlier too, I think Blades of All. Like, this is the good stuff, the 4 zones, of which we're on Zone 3. By memory, this zone and Zone 4, Revendreth, are quite good. The downside is then we hit the Covenant campaigns. I don't know how long those are going to be, and more importantly, I don't know how good those are going to be.
Good. You finish up here, I'll look for the missing caretakers.
Shadowlands has 2 patches. 2. I believe that's a record. I was looking at that. I was talking to my sister about that just last night. Because I pulled up the image. That looks like I closed it. Hang on a second. There it is. So, let's see. Vanilla had 12 patches, obviously the most by far. Burning Crusade had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrath had 1, 2, 3, 4. Cataclysm had 1, 2, 3, 4. Pandara had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Warlords had 1, 2, 3. Legion had 1, 2, 3, 4. BFA had 1, 2, 3, 4. Shadowlands had 2. I suppose that also kind of depends on what you count as a major patch. Just occurred to me because that probably is counting the big quality of life patch in Warlords as a major patch, even though it didn't have any new
Plants
content.
ate them? Not again. Dreams are beautiful things.
Why would you talk about dreams in Ardenweald? This has nothing to do with the Emerald Dream. Normally I wouldn't ask help from whatever race you are. My apologies, that was rude. Please understand, Ardenweald is home to souls from across all the mortal realm. It's hard to keep track of every race that arrives here.
Take care.
Fine work. We mustn't stop tending the wild seeds that the Winter Queen has chosen to save. Now, perhaps you can lend a hand with another matter.
Night embrace you.
Ding. The local flora have gone somewhat wild during the drought. It seems they swallowed most of the young fae who were tending the wild seeds here. At least now we know where they've been. Oh, don't worry, this isn't the first time that's happened. We can last quite a while inside those plants. Here, take my dagger. Use it to cut through the shrubbery and free the other wild seed tenders.
Float on the wind.
I have to apologize for the state of the tranquil pools. Normally it's quite peaceful here. The wild seed tenders tell me the plants you see walking around have eaten all the anima cones intended for use in Tirnaval. Could you rip those out of the plants? We have wild seeds in need of that anima.
See you later. Use my dagger to open the plants and free the others. We'll meet you in Tirnaval.
Like I said, there's some asterisks about...
And thank you again. Whatever world you're from, they're lucky to have you.
Thank you. It's getting into kind of an asterisk of what counts as a major patch, right? Because, for example, one of those patches over in Pandaria was just the Darkspear Rebellion patch, which wasn't much in the way of content, you know? So does that count? Either way, Shadowlands, I anticipate, will be relatively short. The only thing I'm anticipating is going to slow this run down at all is the Covenant campaigns. I kind of wish they didn't exist, if I'm totally honest with you. If they didn't exist, like, we'd probably finish Revendreth tomorrow. And give us a couple more days and we'd be done with Shadowlands. Boom, gone. But I don't know how long they're going to take. Yeah, that's another thing. So, there was an asterisk with Legion, and I knew that walking into Legion, that I wasn't going to be sure how much, how bad the Order Hall campaigns were going to be going back through them. Well, as we saw, going back through Legion, pretty much all the Order Hall bullcrap was still there, and still as bad as it was back in the day. Arguably worse. So, I don't know how bad the anima grind is going to be for the Covenant campaigns. It's a big asterisk, and it really is a we'll see. I don't know. The good news is if there is no anima grind, then that's some negatives we could skip, and some padding we could skip. Bad news is that means Shadowlands is going to score better.
We've all been eaten by plants before. It happens. How can I help? Float on the wind.
Great work. This should help get the tranquil pools back to normal. I admit, I had thought the worst when I couldn't find any of the tenders. I'm glad they were only eaten by local vegetation. Yeah, thank God.
Dream on.
Have you found the anima cones? They're still useful, even if they're a bit slimy. Trust me, the spirits don't mind as long as they get their anima.
Take care.
You've been a huge help to Tirnaval. I need to bring this anima to one of our newest seeds. I'd love for you to come with. Oh, sure, let's go see this new seed.
Enjoy the journey.
I hear it's only 2 years old.
We'll show you how to care for a wild seed and watch its spirit dream. Let's start with a younger one. It arrived just before the drought and needs a little extra attention.
Renown I'm not worried about, because we have that skip.
Your wings once more, Dreamweaver.
All thanks to our helpful new friend.
But seriously, if we didn't have the Covenant skips, I would have actually probably not even done the Covenant campaigns. I'd just be like, yeah, this falls into PFR.
Need anything?
So, let's get some anima to give to this little seed. Here you go.
Uh-oh. A nightmare is afflicting the spirit inside this wild seed. Poor thing must have met a violent end. A touch of anima should soothe it. Once its dreams have calmed, we can... Wait. The spirit is bonding with you. This hasn't happened since... well, since I can remember. We should tell the Droman. A wild seed bonding with its caretaker is a rare and joyous occasion. This isn't good. The spirit's nightmare still lingers. Whatever could have happened to it?
Queen, nourish you.
Starlight shines within Dreamweaver, radiant and serene. Two rivers meet in a lush delta. A wild seed and a mortal, both new to the forest, bonded by spirit and fate. Long has it been since the bows beheld such an event. The Weald will be watching.
Winds, whisper your fate.
Tirnaval is ready for the Winter Queen's arrival, and it's all thanks to you. You have more than upheld your end of the bargain, yet I was not able to do the same. This is absolutely unacceptable for a fairy like me. What would the others do if they knew I had failed to honor our agreement? Please let me make it up to you. I may not be able to deliver your message to the Queen, but I have a special surprise I hope you accept instead.
I can't wait to see what you do next. A fairy must always repay a favor. You've done much for the forest, but I couldn't deliver your message in return. Please accept this gift instead. A small part of Ardenweald's magic. Yours to use as you wish.
That's right, it was a dwarf's ultimate nightmare.
Wait, what's that?
What? What's up?
Look! All those Fae running from Heartwood Grove! Something's wrong! I'll alert the Wild Hunt. It looks like we need your help again. Tashmer, catch!
Ah! Nice catch.
Chilling winds descend from Heartwood Grove. The forest cowers.
Help! Heartwood Grove is under attack!
Bless an ally for 30 seconds, causing their attacks to have a 40% chance to deal 30% additional damage as holy. Turns to autumn after use. Interesting.
Winds whisper your
Just right there, Gabe. A storm of strife and fear rains down upon Heartwood Grove. Sylvar flee from the flood, brave the torrent astride a stag, but calm the deluge and be the salvation of those who would drown. Make haste, time wanes.
Leave, ride the stag. Hasten to Heartwood Grove. Dark clouds gather.
There it is. Pretty far down there. Oh, that's nice. I actually like the Talon version better. I don't know what the other seasons do, but still, very cool. We'll get there, we'll get there.
Please, help Naya.
I will, don't worry. Boy, there's a bunch of you, aren't there?
Running!
Naya is still back there.
I love the overall pacing, by the way. Have you noticed? We show up nice, chill, cool, and then gloom, dread, horror. Then we have a fairly typical quest chain, and then it kind of calms out a little bit again. We help people deal with local problems.
Join us, Naya. Don the mask and serve the masters.
Then this happens.
Never. Your masters will answer for what they've done.
I remember liking Naya, too.
Who are... Wait.
You're the one who helped Darrowin and Tazan. These masked fae suddenly attacked the grove. Please, we have to drive them back.
I'm pretty sure she is my soulbind on my demon hunter.
There's no time to lose. The masks. What are they? So many.
Heartwood Grove was to give up its anima so other groves could survive, but then I started seeing these masks on many of the other fae. Soon everyone was wearing them. I don't know what has come over them, but it's clear they mean us harm. Please, you have to... They aren't the friends I once knew. Not anymore.
This can't be happening.
One of my tasks in Heartwood Grove was to tend to the wild seeds. Some of them were chosen to be brought back to Tirnaval, but now the masked fae are draining the anima from them. We need you to save the ones that remain. I beg of you, recover any surviving wild seeds you can find. The spirits within them were chosen to be reborn. I won't let them wither away.
My grove.
We were supposed to take the heart of the grove to Tirnaval when we left this place to wither. The masked fae struck before that could happen. They must be after the heart of the grove. The heart contains all the anima that was meant to save the other groves. We can't afford to lose it. Can you secure it? I need to find Corinth, one of our healers. His skills will help any survivors we find.
So many gone. I'll look for survivors. Meet me further into the grove.
Yeah, that's Cheramilia. Cheramilia. I always feel like I'm pronouncing her name wrong because she has such a unique name. But she is she's one of my actual top, 1% voice actresses of the modern era. No, she's very good. Speaking as a voice director, you can start to notice the really, really fine details in how she performs. Sorry, I'm really debating. They've changed this tree around since the last time I saw it. Let's... Gosh, I don't want another button, do I? I guess I do. Let's... Oh, where do I put that, though? I'm getting a little crowded on my bar. I've got one more button that I will probably add later, too. Let's do this. Then... Yeah, let's do that for now. So, I don't want to spoil too much, but, I've been thinking as we go through this, one of the things Ardenweald does a pretty good job of is getting you invested in the drought. Oh, don't mistake me, the first two zones are very focused on the drought as well, but none more so than Ardenweald. This is really, really digging into just how bad the blight really is. And by blight, I mean drought. I don't know why I said blight. How much of a blight it is? Anyways. Why is that so significant?
Has fallen.
Because the very next zone we're doing...
Protect the heart.
...is Revendreth. Really think about that for a second.
Beware the masks.
We're gonna go straight from a forest that's actively dying because of the drought to people who are sipping anima from wine cups.
None can oppose the masters.
I mean, it's even called a drought. It's a good word for it.
I failed.
Actually, yeah. I was going to make a similar comparison. Imagine going to Yulmore straight after being in... I don't know. I don't have a good comparison point there. So what's the difference between a blight and a drought? A blight is actively causing bad, whereas a drought is an absence of good.
He took the heart.
No, Nathanos!
Chrono. Mask. Shrouded.
Well, we lost Nathanos. Yeah, exactly, Huthor. Whoops. Well, okay. Okay, I need you to die, please. Okay. Yeah, in FF14 we go straight from the slums to the opulent city. And so it's just all the more gobsmacking when we get there. Oh, neck.
Must warn the Droman. I failed.
Corinth! Where are you?
He's dead. I'm not sure if he's permanently dead, because they keep changing their mind on that, but one way or another, he's dead.
We must save who we can. The masks. What are they?
Thank you. I tried so hard to save them, but once that mask is on, there's no return.
This can't be happening.
We need to split up and rescue as many wild seeds as we can. Oh, you found more!
My friend.
They're so weak. Oh, I can't stand to see them like this. We need to finish this and bring them to Tirnaval as soon as possible.
So many gone.
Corinth is gone? The heart has been taken. Then we have much to do.
My grove. Corinth. We'll take back the heart of the grove. I swear it.
I mean, I did, Mr. Red. But I can repeat it right here. Ready? It's bad, yo. Any questions?
Thank the Queen you're here.
The Grove's Droman is wearing one of those masks. I fear he's going to drain all the anima from the Grove's heart. That anima is meant for the forest's other groves. If we lose it, then Heartwood Grove would have been lost for nothing. We'll carve a path to the shrouded mire and find the Droman before it's too late. Many of these masked Fae have stolen Heartwood Grove's anima cones. We must recover them on the way. In this drought, every bit of anima is precious.
The masks. What are they? This can't be happening.
Corinth, I can't believe you... We have to save whomever we can. Roman Krellner is too strong for us to face alone. No, I think I can manage it. I saw a few other survivors scattered on the grove. Hurry, we have no time to waste.
The masks. What are they?
Yeah, in a setting where death is relatively bypassable, cessation should be a bigger deal. I agree. It usually is. They usually do a good job in other expansions. You know, when we permanently destroy Archimonde, that's a big deal. When we permanently destroyed Ragnaros, that's a big deal. They've done a decent job with that.
Magic. A familiar foe.
Except here. I think at least part of it's because they couldn't decide if it was permanent or not. I really legitimately think that because these zones were not intended to be connected, they aren't. The more I look at this, the more I think that these were 4 ideas they had for zones, which they decided to smash into this expansion. In other words, instead of, like, okay, this is normal when it comes to game design. you come up with... Okay, that's kind of bothering my eyes.
Gratitude blooms amidst the storm. Our paths converge in the mire.
So... okay. Right. God damn it. I'm trying to talk here. It's very common to kind of jot down ideas as they come to you. And then over time, flesh those ideas out more and more. It's one you see this all over the place, even in single-player games, where you're roaming around doing your own thing, and then all of a sudden, off to the side, there's this one random thing, which doesn't really seem like it fits or is thematically significant. That's because it's an idea someone had that they wanted to go ahead and dump in. Make sense? So, for example, I'll actually use a good expansion as an example here. In the Dragon Isles, during the Azure Span, all of a sudden, Tuskarr and Gnolls. Why? Because someone somewhere had some ideas for quests and story to do with the Tuskarr and the Gnolls. So they found, they were designing the Azure Span, they came up with some Blue Dragonflight stuff, and they were like, well, we've got some empty space. What have we got in the bin? And then you go and you in some cases, in some development companies, they quite literally have like a basket or a bucket or something of just ideas jotted down into it. Sometimes it's digital, sometimes it's physical. Pull something out of the bin and say, okay, we've had this idea for this, and this was Huthor. Huthor, you wanted to do an idea about Gnolls and Tuskarr. Go ahead and flesh this out. Boom, there it is. So it makes sense, right? And what matters is how well of a job you do on it. Because the Tuskarr and the Gnolls fit into the Azure Span pretty well, I would say, and are overall well-done quests, so thumbs up, no complaints there. Significance to the Shadowlands is I guarantee you that these 4 zones, maybe these 3 zones, were not designed to be in the Shadowlands. Rather, there were zones that were designed that happened to be dumped into the Shadowlands, right? The only zone that actually feels Shadowlandsy to me is the Bastion. That's just my personal vibe on it. But getting to my point, the zone that feels the least like Shadowlands is Ardenweald. I have argued for some time this shouldn't even be in the Afterlife. It kind of doesn't make sense for this to be in the Afterlife at all. Maybe connected to the Afterlife, maybe a reflection of the Afterlife, but definitely not literally a part of the Afterlife. We've known about the idea that Loa's rebirth, for some time. It was actually a major plot arc in Hyjal, all the way back in Cataclysm, if you remember. So that's fine. But like this?
Be the meanest Fae I've ever met.
Well, they're about to die. Does that make you feel better? Wait, we're already dead. Yeah, I know. Just don't even, okay? I don't want to hear it.
Thanks. I'll run ahead. I'm guessing you could use some help.
Why would they attack us?
We can't let the possessed take everything from us.
This can't be happening.
So many animacones lost. At least we're able to cover these.
So many gone.
Woof. Robo's tall. To be clear, I'm not saying Ardenweald doesn't fit to bash Shadowlands. I have plenty of reasons to bash Shadowlands. I'm saying legitimately I don't think Ardenweald fits the Shadowlands.
So dark. It's too late for me.
You've got 1 health. I got this. Maybe? No? No.
We must save who we can.
My grove.
Hurry, we can use the animacones to save Darwin. I know they're intended for the Wild Seas, but we cannot let these monsters take anyone else from us.
This can't be happening.
No. The anima is for the Wild Seeds.
Corinth is gone. I can't lose you too.
The cycle goes on. And so must you.
Darwin! No! Those monsters will pay for this.
And yeah, and plus, Magister's quite correct. Remember, these are all robots. The reason I call it the constructed afterlives is because they are. Like, even in just, if you just take the canon as written, which you shouldn't, but even if you do, a bunch of robots built the afterlives, right?
Why would they attack us?
The masks. What are they?
Darkness grasps the heart of Droman Krelnor as he grasps the heart of a grove. Anima drains from the heart, nectar taken from ripened fruit. It must be stopped. Foul magic bars the way. Anima in peril, anima the salvation. Beseech Tizan, an old soul, brimming with anima, the spark to ignite hope.
Time moves on. The forest remains.
You want my anima? Why can't the ancient Tiernan do it?
Darkness encroaches. Starlight shines in our defense. Anima given shall return in time.
Not a thing to say in the middle of a drought, but...
Okay, but I better get some back later.
No comment. Hi, Spartan.
Let's finish this.
Again, given how soft canon the Shadowlands are in general, it would not surprise me if Ardenweald has functionally been taken out of the Shadowlands and just kind of shoved over there into the side at this point.
Ardenweald will belong to the Masters.
Yep.
You will take nothing more!
Pretty good so far, Spartan. As I've said many, many times, a lot of these ideas would work pretty well if they were done differently. Execution matters.
Bow. All shall wither.
And if there's one issue Shadowlands has more than any others, it is execution.
Naya, I am sorry.
The heart of the grove! No! Without the heart's anima, so many wild seeds will starve.
Hope grows from seeds of ash. The cycle continues, always. Our paths diverge in the twilight woods. Tirnaval beckons you home.
Thank the Queen you're here.
You've lost so much. Why would anyone do this?
My grove. My friends.
So many of my friends have returned to the cycle, all because of the strange masks. Why did they take my friends? What was the point of destroying the heart of the grove? You have to return to Tirnaval and tell Drome and Tashmor what happened here. I'll make my way there eventually. I need some time to say goodbye.
So many gone. I'll catch up with you in Tirnaval. I just need time to say goodbye.
Are you sure it's safe? There are still a lot of masked Fae around.
I'll be fine, Tizan. You go on ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I better stay with you. For protection.
Thank you.
I've heard that Darwin and Corinth were great at pranks. Is that true?
Well, one time with Dreamweaver.
What, you mean this thing? Robostal? In which case, yes. I'm telling you, Chiramalia is an amazing actress.
The queen is about to arrive.
So, Your Majesty.
The grove beckons.
Shadows loom over the Weald, harbingers of tragedy to come. The rivers of fate flow swiftly, its currents inexorable. Where they lead cannot yet be seen.
Spread your roots.
Zephyrs herald the queen's arrival. Hushed silence descends upon the grove. Wait, watch, and speak when the time has come.
Winds whisper your fate.
We'll meet again.
Well, shoot.
Well, well.
Gone so soon. The forest must be in more dire straits than I realized. She looks crestfallen for a moment before resolutely setting her hands on her hips. Apparently she is a she. When will they just have to help ease the queen's burden? Then she'll have time to grant you an audience.
Such witty.
Yeah, I'm here with a message from one of the other Eternal ones. Could you, like, pay attention for 5 seconds, please? Look, one of your robot buddies apparently can't get you on the Wi-Fi. You keep ghosting him. You've done so much, but the Queen's focus is still divided across the forest. If you want to deliver your message, then we need to help lessen her burden. Let's start with the Wild Hunt. We are the protectors of the Ardenweald, and dealing with the threat of the masked Fae has stretched them thin. Seek out Hunt Captain Corin at Glitterfall Basin. Last I heard, our hunting party could use reinforcements. Don't let her ferocity put you off. She's quite nice, as long as you're not prey.
We'll meet again. The Wild Hunt protects Ardenweald in the Queen's name. Helping them might ease her burden.
But first, side quests. Wait, are they on the map? They are not! Negative to gameplay, okay.
Ardenweald calls. The hunt answers.
Our neighboring grove at Glitterfall Basin has sent out a desperate plea for Gorm Griss. It may have humble origins, but it's an important ingredient for artisans and crafters, and as the drought goes on, it's become increasingly difficult to collect. I would like to help them out with the resources we have to spare. Sure.
May your prey never catch your scent.
How may I aid you?
A moment of your time, friend. A short while ago, the Sylvar named Partik came seeking the aid of our grove. Said his village was under attack by Gorm and was in danger of crumbling altogether. I told him we could not spare any soldiers, but their people were welcome to take refuge with us. However, it's been some time since he left, and I have not heard from him since. Can you go investigate?
Trust your heart.
Nope. Nothing good is Miristar. Although apparently we're finally net positive on story. For the first time in Shadowlands. Wonder how long that's going to last. Hey, Roiting. I'm so sorry. I had no choice.
The hunt must go on.
What's happening?
For Queen.
They act as if they're possessed. Some of my people are still alive. We have to rescue them. The prisoners are kept in cages throughout the village, waiting for this horrible fate to befall them. Please set them free. We cannot let what happened to Lavrish happen to them.
The shadows.
My village and my friends are gone. They are no more. I came back from the nearby grove to find them like this. Even Lavrish, my best friend, he came out with only violence in his heart. They're all wearing these masks now, and they're not themselves anymore. Please deliver them from this fate. Bring me their masks, and maybe we can decipher this mystery.
Strike true.
So I'm pretty sure that once we hit the patch content, the positives are going to dry up pretty fast, Robostal. And that's what has me worried in the back of my head. Now, again, I've only been through the patch content once, ever, and I was playing it alongside Dragonflight, so that wasn't really a good comparison. But I don't expect good things from it. We'll see. Not be the first time I've been wrong about this very game. Vampire 2 is Zereth Mortis, right? A well-made, if well-worn, journal catches your eye. Thumbing through the pages, it's clear the journal once belonged to someone prominent from this group of Night Fae. The last few pages are torn out of the book. Maybe you could go find the pages of Stranglethorn. Sorry. I admit I didn't like Zereth Mortis. I don't know if it will review badly, but I didn't like it. You know why. Going to a realm literally made of math, talking about the construction of all the cosmos and the first ones, immediately de-invests me. I'm like, okay. My eyes just kind of glaze over. The entire multiverse is at risk. Uh-huh. You remember that old meme? You know. Champion, the entire multiverse is at risk. I sleep. Champion, we have to go make a soup. Real stuff. I will also admit, part of the reason I didn't like Zereth Mortis might have to do with the fact that I couldn't fly last time I was there. We all know that always dampens my mood of this game. Yes, chef! Oh, that's valid. It's not on the website. If you type !LGA right now, you'll get a link off the deep round. Yeah, exactly, Kraken-san. Because let's be clear, the plot of Zereth Mortis is the entire multiverse is at risk. And so I was just kind of like, oh, okay. That sucks. You got anything else? No? Okay. I will say this, if nothing else, try to be shocked. Zereth Mortis will probably get visual positives. I know. Wow, getting visual positives. Given how production cycles work, I would not be surprised if the dialogue between Talia and Bolvar was written and put together when they first got them in the recording booths. In other words, before Shadowlands Vanilla even came out. That's actually a pretty common production trick as well. In other words, getting actors into a booth and getting them in character is something you want to minimize as much as possible. You don't want to call them back every 3 months in order to do another section, and not unless you're doing something long form, right? So, you want them to do pretty much all of their dialogue in one bundle, the real-life actual actors, because that way the director can talk everything out, everything be cool. Now, there's obvious flaws with that approach, because if anything changes or goes different in the story whatsoever, it's like, oh, now what? And anytime you do those kind of re-recordings, you tend to have issues. I actually have a specific example of that. Deus Ex Human Revolution, they had to pull him back into the office periodically, like a year or two after he'd finished most of his recording. The guy who played Jensen. And it shows. His voice acting, every now and again, just kind of sucks. He himself has admitted this. I'm not trying to cast shade here. Because that's how that works, right? You pull them back and it's like, who am I again? Now, sometimes it's hard to even just remember how you were doing a particular voice style. Now, the problem with that, of course, is if you want to, like, you've got all these chunks of scenes and dialogues, and you have to put them somewhere. And I feel like Shadowlands was definitely a consequence of putting them somewhere. Anyway, yeah, you can see the forest keeps going away out into the distance there. Although, it's starting to, as they've already mentioned, crumble. We'll see a bit more of why it's crumbling later, when we get to the southwest portion. There it is. Exactly, Monobran. Like, the scene between Janna and Khadgar is a good example. They probably had that recorded well in advance, and we're like, well, where do we put this? Let's just make it a random scene in Oribos. Okay. Gotta put it somewhere. I mean, you don't have to, but it would be literally wasted money if you don't put it somewhere.
Speak plainly.
So few, but each one is one more than friend we can... Oh my god. But each one is one more friend we can bring to bear against this madness.
My heart for Ardenweald.
So many to fall. I didn't think it was gone that long.
Strike true.
These masks must provide some clue as to what's
Watch
causing
the
these
shadows.
possessions. Oh,
My heart for Ardenweald.
These are trying times in Ardenweald. The unthinkable has happened. We are running out of anima. Our stores hold, but the land is being leached of anima. This had an effect on a local Gorm populace. They can now gorge themselves in the very land itself. Entire sections of our village have collapsed into their tunnels, and parts of the land have been broken away from Ardenweald. The first time, I don't know what to do. The worst has come to pass. Our village is doomed. All of our messengers came back, save one. The Wild Hunt cannot ride to save us. No one can spare troops or supplies. I've tried to put a cheery face for the rest of the village, but they know little can be done. I feel the looks of the other elders. We all serve Ardenweald, but I can't help but wonder if we could have done more. I pray every night, hoping someone will answer. The forest will provide us a way through this ordeal. I am certain of it. It appears my prayers have been answered. When patrolling the edge of the village to see if any new pieces had come unstable, I stumbled across a strange object. A stone, clearly not of Ardenweald. It radiates with strange power. I know what Fiona would say, but did the forest not provide this strange stone from another land? With this power, maybe we could pacify the Gorm or defeat them. I must not overlook this good fortune. I'll do whatever it takes to save my people and my village, maybe even Ardenweald. Our village is running out of time. The matriarch has grown out of control. An entire landmass broke off the edge of the world today. It was pure chance. Nobody was on it when it did so. The other leaders are discussing abandoning the village altogether. My people are frightened. I have failed my people. I have dispatched messengers to the Court of Night and the other groves. We cannot face this threat alone, and our only hope lies with our neighbors. I pray they return with good news soon.
What is your quarry? For Queen and Grove.
This journal belonged to Luor, the leader of our grove. It says he found something to use against the Gorm, but what if it caused all this? There's only one way to be sure. Come with me to the village, or what remains of it.
My heart for Ardenweald. Where do we strike?
No. The village, they're all...
Watch the shadows.
It's just as I feared. The entire village is turned. Lure would have transformed the other elders as soon as possible. They're all strong in their own right. Brave Fiona, clever Bitterfly. It pains me to say this, but they must be destroyed. For the good of Ardenweald and the forest, slay our former leaders before they can infect the rest of the land.
For Queen and Grove.
Wait, before you enter, I would ask something of you. While we have not had a wild seed in some time, we did keep stores of anima. It helped us in staving off the Gorm. Whatever happened to my village, I do not want this power to remain in their hands. They'll serve better Ardenweald in other groves.
Strike true.
So, it's kind of a rehash of what we just saw with the much better voice acted section of Artward Grove. But what I like about this little section here, it helps to emphasize just how powerless everybody here is, really. I'm explaining that wrong, but let me try to restructure that a little bit. The Ardenweald is a whole bunch of people and then the queen. The distinction between that and everywhere else is that everywhere else, people further down the ladder have some degree of power, political and personal. So they can do stuff, right? It's actually kind of a problem because several of the leaders of the people below the Eternal Ones have rebelled against them, right? But still, when some kind of crisis happens, they can do something about it. Yeah, the Tyranids are all autonomous, but they all answer to one person. One person is the only one who really has the ability to do much about anything. They lose the support of their queen, they've got not much going on. They have a central pillar, and that pillar cannot provide support right now. So what do? Well, what you do is you get desperate. Yeah, this is why the queen shows up, does something for like 10 seconds, and then leaves. She's running around putting out brush fires everywhere right now. She is the central pillar of Ardenweald. But again, it makes sense. If she's busy and cannot help you, and you don't have the power to help yourself, you're more likely to listen to any offering of power. Now, we're real-life people who've consumed fiction before, so we know that if someone offers you something like this, you should probably say no. Furthermore, characters in Warcraft have a long-standing history of exactly how bad of an idea it is to accept some kind of pact from something offering you power. These people have neither of those experiences going for them. And even if they did, they are still desperate. I mean, Rastakhan, back in BFA, is a perfect example of the kind of state these people are in right now. Unjokingly, there is a reason Rastakhan kept turning to Bwansamdi over and over and over again, as he just kept taking further and further steps, metaphorically, back. Does that mask look familiar to anyone else? I wouldn't worry about it. Quite a bit, Mr. Red. Bwansamdi's pretty legit, as we've seen multiple times and we'll see in the future. But he still insists that you honor his end of your end of the bargain. And, yeah. All of that debt was automatically transferred to Talanji. He even offered Talanji a way out, which, as I commented, was a really big deal. Yeah, debt transference can go to hell. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yep, if Talanji has any children, guess who gets to inherit that debt? Yeah, Bwansamdi is actually more traditionally Fey-coded than a lot of other things in this setting. Fey-coded with a positive bent, but still Fey-coded.
The hunt must go on. Watch the shadows. My heart for Ardenweald.
That's all of them? Good.
Strike true. For Queen.
This must be the stone he found. I do not recognize the mark. You should bring this to the nearby Droman. They are wise and retain much of the knowledge of the forest in the realms beyond. They'll know what to do.
Strike true.
Oh yeah, by the way. you may or may not be noticing that there's a statement I haven't been saying so far. And that is, here's another quest that didn't share. This is completely anecdotal, but it's worth noting that a lot of the Ardenweald quests shared correctly. And we've already talked about this. This is based on theory, but I'm pretty sure that proper quest sharing in a group boils down to spending extra time and effort on the designing the quests themselves. Which implies, if true, more time and effort was put into Ardenweald. Again, that's in the realm of theory, but...
Rest and dream of starlight.
A stone. A rare find in Ardenweald. The forest does not recognize the song coming from this. It reeks of hate and broken branches. What a great phrase. Our gratitude to you. This alien presence threatens the forest, and we will defend it with all our strength. The Queen will hear our warning. That's actually a theory I have, Lita Fairy. That this place was in design and construction right at the beginning. You know, when BFA was still early.
I would be glad to assist you.
Coda asked for Gormagris. Yeah, I'd be happy to oblige your request. Here, let me show you how this works.
As the Queen wills it.
The Gormlings are industrious creatures. Naturally, they're a source of Gormagris. Gormlings are cute, small, and hungry. Like Gloober here. Except he's not hungry right now, and I just fed him. Oh, look at that little belly. Gormlings will be drawn to consume anything that is not brimming with anima. They find it simply delicious. Here, take that wild seed. Put it into their pen. See if they can get their Gormlings to feast on it. You want me to... Oh, it's a depleted wild seed. Okay. I was going to say, you want me to put a wild seed in here? I remember Revendreth was good for, like, all the wrong reasons. All the right reasons? I don't know. We'll talk about it. I don't want to go into it too much. I have positive memories about it. Draw the Gormlings to it. No problem. It's delightfully horrible. That's a good way to put that. I have still never done Revendreth's Covenant campaign, so that'll be interesting. Oh, so you did the raid. Congrats. Hey, Colgrim. Happy Sunday.
I serve the Queen.
Well done. The Gromlins may be easily distracted sometimes, but they're such helpful little creatures. That is, when they're small. The big ones are in a different matter, but don't worry about theirs. I'm sure you won't have to deal with those. Now we can collect the Gormagris. Once the Gormlings have been eaten something, we can encourage them to give it back up. What they produce we call Gormgris. My Gormherd branch should encourage them to do this safely. Go on, give it a try. Do it on old Goober first. What has me worried is how the other Gormlings might behave. They've been acting so strange lately.
Farewell.
Unfortunately, I probably will, Xavion. And I'll give it negatives. All the negatives. That's a good little Gormling. Who's the best? Who is? You are. Oh, you should probably make sure the branch still works as expected on the others as well. They're in and around the pen. And yes, if the accuser is who I'm thinking of, she's my favorite character in Revendreth. Yeah, that's a relatively new change, Colgrim, if I'm remembering correctly. The accuser... Ah! The accuser is exactly what Revendreth should be. And she has such a wonderful insight into that. I've said it before, and I say without hyperbole, she and Revendreth in general inspired me on the design of the X-Stand. Like, don't mistake me, Donathrus is great and all, partially because of his voice actor, but he's also a pretty typical story arc. King grows fat off of the starving peasants isn't exactly a new story beat, right? But the accuser, that's interesting.
How can I help?
I wonder what happened if I overcharged the Gormherd branch. Would that make it more efficient, or would it make things explode? Probably explode.
On to the next task.
Oh, this isn't right at all. The Gremlins are supposed to return to their normal, adorable little selves. The Queen's name is happening to them. And there's no more Gormgrist to give Kota. This won't do at all.
Now, where did I put that?
This is most disturbing indeed. The Gorm are just too wild now. I wonder if the drought is making everything delicious to them, and that's why. There's enough Gormgrist either. And I don't want to disappoint Kota, but I also don't want to put you through more trouble of collecting it. I'll go myself into the burrow, see if I can find more. Would you give this Gormgrist to her, please?
The Queen watches over us.
We're just not acting like they should. Take what you've collected so far to Kota. I'll go into the burrows nearby, see if I can find more for her.
Foes of the forest, beware.
Master Shalor has gone to the burrows himself to find more Gormgrist? For me? That reckless, thick-horned Sylvar, he'll get himself killed. By the way, these are much more traditional dryads. I mean, dryads are these. Yep, definitely goes that way.
Good hunting.
Oh, the foolhardy, misguided, exasperating. He snorts and stomps a hoof. Standing here does Shalor no good. We must find him and bring him back safely. Come, meet me at the autumnal rise. We can survey the burrows below, see if there's any sign that he lives.
The cycle must be maintained.
I really like a lot of the cosmetics I got. This was the one campaign I really did, Ardenweald, and I got some very cool stuff out of it. In fact, I think I can wield that on anybody.
Crunchies, lucky doos and root.
For example... yeah, this. I actually wore this as a cloak for quite some time.
May your feet find good trails.
Help, it's got me. I don't know what it is, but it's got me. Are you gonna let me attack it? Nope. Okay, cool.
Evil has no place in these woods.
Yeah, this is when they started the new approach to cloaks. And yeah, I actually rather like the overall idea. Like, you've seen Swiftshot. He just uses a backpack. That was from Dragonflight, but same concept.
Ward the Weald. For Queen and...
Finding Shalor is our main priority, but there's another opportunity. Take the Gormherd branch he dropped. I know he was tinkering with it so it'll work on wild Gorm. Use it to see if you can collect any of their grist. Don't bother with the little ones. Get the real potent stuff from the bigger ones. Perhaps if we collect enough and find that silly Sylvar, he'll not rush horns first into the burrows again.
Our roots run deep.
We must go after Master Shalor. Tourneval needs him, and I will report to the Dromon. They need to know that Shalor is in danger, and then I will enter the burrows myself from the south and help you defeat it. For now, see what you can find. I refuse to believe he's gone.
Let your instincts guide you.
Ugh, excuse me. There was a very technically... I think there was a prototype of the backpack thing. It really isn't the same thing. But it's the Windrunner bow back in Legion, the artifact. Which just kind of automatically put the quiver there. Didn't actually replace your backpack, which is why I say I think it was a prototype of the concept. And yeah, and then Shadowlands came along and it kind of became a normal thing. Are you gonna... Oh yeah, that's right. There's the Black Dragon Scale backpack, which I actually need to buy at some point. Pretty sure I have the rep for it. Oh no, it's an achievement. Which I might have the achievement for. I don't know, I'll figure that out someday. Low priority. The ground has been freshly dug, and there are signs of more tunnels all over the place. Collapsing a few burrows would go away to keeping Turnival safe from Gorm infestation. Yeah, it's like doing the, it's doing something in there. Yeah, I was just thinking something, Huthor. There's a very, very minor detail, but check this out. So we hit these things. Boop. We can use this while still in combat with them, so we don't have to use it pre-combat. And I know that sounds like a really minor thing, but in several of the previous side quests, you had to use it before you entered combat. If they're in combat, you either couldn't use the quest item, or it was an invalid target. So, good design. Also, the fact that it's a button over here, in addition to a button up here on my quest log, is a nice little detail. Obviously, nowadays, as of... I guess Dragonflight is what I add to this. I can just right-click the mob itself. But the point is, someone obviously thought about giving you more options to be able to make sure you hit it, and therefore got quest credit. Oh, and by the way, this shared. Little details make or break this kind of stuff. A friend of mine calls it minute-to-minute gameplay. I've heard a lot of people come after me over the years for coming down on these kind of minute-to-minute gameplay things when a game screws it up. But to me, this is some of the most important gameplay in the game. Your boss fight may be amazing and fantastic, but if I spend 5 minutes on an amazing boss fight, and 55 minutes on boring, dreary, dull gameplay getting there, what do you think I'm going to remember from that? Now, there are some asterisks there, but you get the idea. Obviously, I enjoy building up to something as much as the next person. So it's actually a bad analogy. Forgive me. But you get the idea. Good minute-to-minute gameplay is important, is all I'm trying to say. I mean, hell, 55 minutes of build-up can be really engaging. And in fact, to my knowledge, that's pretty much what Monster Hunter is built on, to use an example. If I can use a personal example, I have to sit down with a freaking calculator and in some cases a spreadsheet when I'm playing a builder game like, say, Satisfactory or Factorio, or even something more minor like Icarus. But that's engaging. It's like, okay, I need this, which means I'm going to need this, and I want this over here, so I have to grab this from this area. Okay. And I'm going to do this, build up this, get this, I'm going to want this, okay, do this. And it's not a boss fight, but instead what I get out of that, the reward for that, the final 5 minutes, is successfully building the thing. Getting, Pax and I call it getting something on the network. That's rewarding. You know what's not rewarding? Being bored for 55 minutes. That right there is what those 55 minutes look like if they're boring. That's right. The specific thing I'm missing is I didn't buy all the perks. Because I just dove down the tree to get some of the end game perks. End talent tree perks, whatever. Yes, I was falling asleep yesterday because the quests were that bad, and definitely not because I was operating on like 3 hours of sleep. Hello? Is anyone out there? I'm still alive despite the horribly corrosive acid. Hello? I did actually sleep better last night. Thank you for asking. I may or may not have taken Z-Quill just to make sure. And went to bed early. Early for me, which is about 11. I do believe I may have found an exit, but I am not going that way. Help! Look, you can stay in there, you can go through the exit. Take your pick. I hate feeling... I don't like taking Z-Quill. I keep it around for emergencies. And yeah, the grogginess the next day is awful. I have not tried hydroxyzine. If it's script, then I can't. I don't have a doctor. Well, that was one way out. Shalor, by the Queen's grace, it's good to see you. You probably need a bath, buddy.
I trust your hunt goes well. The cycle must be maintained.
Have you had any luck?
Our roots run deep.
Yeah, he's tripping. Well done. You've collected enough Gormgrist to hopefully keep Shalor from venturing to the Burrows all by himself again. And we should be able to send some of our friends in Glitterfall once this is over. Thank you.
For Queen and Grove.
Well done. You drove the beast hard enough that she spat out Shalor. Now she hides in her den. She has nowhere else to run. Now we end this.
Ward the Weald.
The Gorm are digging even more burrows? This is bad news indeed. Thank you for taking it upon yourself to close them down. That should give us some time to reinforce defenses.
Let your instincts guide you.
You tracked the massive Gorm here to her den, and we found Master Sharlor. Perhaps not entirely unscathed, but he lives. One task remains.
Good hunting.
Why don't you just go to bed earlier? Uh-huh. I envy those people, for they do not understand. Why is the Gorm talking about needing more power? No more. We will feed. We will grow. I have unironically thought that the most useful mundane superpower I could ever ask for is the ability to kind of like... Sims 3. I want to go to sleep at this time and wake up at this time. And to just be able to control that. To just be able to set a clock every night and say, sleep for this period. Pagunk, pagunk. And Sims 3 is not exactly a new game.
We serve the Queen.
How's that possible? The matriarch, they feasted on the pods. What if there are others out there like her in Ardenweald? We must report this immediately.
May your prey never catch your scent.
There's nothing more we can do here. I will get Master Shalor back to safety. When you get there, report to the drone on what we found. The Gorm have started to eat the dead wild seeds and are absorbing the power of the spirits within. We are all in serious danger.
Ward the Weald.
Yeah, actually, Bethesda games. I would like to sleep for 3.5 hours. Okay. Conk. And then up. That would be extremely useful. Master Shalor, are you strong enough to walk? I'll be fine. I've survived worst. Wait, no, I haven't. But I survived. I will help. Tirnaval needs you. Oh. Oh. Well, I will do my best. I am clearly outside game. Hey, killing you. That's true. I have not seen you on stream in a very long time. Probably because my streams suck. But hi.
Queen, nourish you.
Those that speak think a different kind of queen is born. The forest worries, for this will surely not be the last.
Spread your roots.
Greetings.
I probably would have been digested if not for you. Well, that sounds like a fascinating phenomenon. I'm glad I didn't experience it firsthand. You have a knack for solving problems. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. Might I suggest paying a visit to Glitterfall Basin to the west? It's home to our finest mines and workshops, and I'm sure they could use your help in this drought.
Is it time to go already?
So that was the first town. I know that feeling killing you. Congrats, Spartan. Hello, Czar. Welcome to stream. Welcome to Ardenweald. Sure. What in the world? Oh! That's what that is. We'll wait on that. We'll wait on that.
Hail, mortal. Lady Moonberry speaks highly of you.
Who are you?
Hone your senses.
Who are you?
What is it?
I am Hunt Captain Coronin of the Wild Hunt. I serve the Winter Queen and protect Ardenweald. Know that my blade will swiftly end anyone, anything that threatens the forest. No argument, no discussion.
Glory to the Wild Hunt.
Keep your guard up.
Master Shalor sent you? Such a darling. Next time you see him, you can tell him it's perfectly safe here.
We will meet again.
There are no issues. See? Only beautiful trees.
When do we hunt? Always hit your mark.
Lady Moonbear said she'd be sending a strong hand to help secure the grove. So, how are you going to fight?
Good hunting. For the Winter Queen.
The strange creatures have been lurking just outside the grove. Terrible, ugly things. Whatever they might be, they are not native to Ardenweald. It does not matter how they breached our borders, though. Every one of them must be eliminated. I sent my best huntsmen and huntresses to slay them, but not one has returned. See if you can determine what's delayed them.
My huntsmen and huntresses are seldom late to report. Find them.
The Wild Hunt serves the Winter Queen under the leadership of Lord Hearn. We are elite fighters, hunters, and trackers, but we cannot fight without weapons and supplies. The droman here informs me there are several obstacles to their delivery. I do not have time to wait. We need equipment. We need it now. See what we can scavenge in the field.
The forest is watching.
It is always good to know that someone watches the VODs.
Invaders aren't the only danger in the woods.
Be welcome in my glade, Mawwalker. You are safe here. While it is regrettable that Sorcha must wait for her weapons, it's of paramount importance that I keep my charges safe. I will do anything to prevent them from suffering like the rest of Ardenweald. Perhaps I can ask another favor of you? I've not heard from the gatherers at the Banks of Life in some time. Would you mind checking in on them to make sure they're well? I would go myself, but I must deal with Sorcha. Seek out the foreman.
Never let them see you coming.
Sure.
The Weald welcomes you. Farewell. Is it time?
As you can see, we have a Gorm problem. It just keeps happening. I'm not sure what has them so riled up. They've been getting bigger and more hostile. Must be due to the anima drought. If nothing stops them, they'll eat everything. Their egg production is out of control. We can't let their population grow any larger. Please go and destroy their eggs.
On to the next task.
The eggs are a problem, but so are the Gorm that take care of them. The egg tenders are the leaders of the hive when no matriarch is present. If left unchecked, they will simply produce more eggs, and we'll be right back where we started. Or worse, one could turn into a queen. They're simply too large and hostile for us to properly contain. I see no other recourse than to put them down.
Now, where did I murder that?
Horribly, brutally, viciously. That's because WoW sucks. I mean, nobody actually likes WoW. I mean, just look at the score on the screen. Terrible game. Foreman, our supply of grist is running low. You know as well as I do there's no end to the Glitterfall base that's in need of it. I've overheard from some other workers that you have a bit of a Gorm problem, but the bigger the Gorm, the bigger the grist. If you happen to harvest more, we certainly could put it to good use. The work order signed Kavina. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that this is the third side quest in a row, which is the Gorm are rampaging. But yeah, I get it. Yep, the Gorm are corrupted by the drought. Okay. Anything else? No, but they're corrupted. Drought by. Oh no. Yeah, I was actually just remembering in my head how much I hate Ardenweald world quests. I did quite a few of them, because, you know, this was my faction. I needed that Covenant rep. Also, I just killed 4 things to get 1 drop. Oh, geez, there's a blast from the past. Dark Age of Camelot. An extraordinarily different game than this one. No, it's the Gormandy. Yeah, but every time you see a quest that requires 6 items, you know you're in trouble. Or 4. If it's 1, ah! We just need 1 of such and such. I remember seeing a comic about that at some point. We just got our 2nd item, by the way. It was like, oh god, so, you know, quest giver was like, hey, I need you to get 1 such and such. Then the camera panned to see it. So there's like a new player. Sweet, only 1 item to get. This should take no time at all. And then right next to them was veteran player. Oh god, it's 1 item. This is going to take all afternoon. I forget which comic that was. There's a lot of WoW comics. We're still at 3. Ten is usually fine. If you see a quest that requires 10 of something, that's pretty much bog standard average. $30, those tend to suck. Anything above 30 is usually really easy. Like, hey, go kill 70 something, and each thing you kill gives you like 10 credit. So in other words, you're actually just killing 7 things. Go get 200 such and such. Yeah, that's gonna be a joke. Every enemy drops like 20. Good morning, that which wants sleep. I'm at 4. I will say, Rhett so far is in a very good place. I'm liking it. I say right before I have to dead stick. my god, you're right, Uthor. I hadn't thought about that. Because, yeah, WoW side quests have been good since... I would say Kata, but really, like, all quests were side quests before Kata, so... yeah. Like, Bastion and Maldraxxus both had really bad side quests. Speaking of which, I forgot to give a negative for that. The Maldraxxus. Oh yeah, the feeling of red is really good. Alright, this is it, Blade Taval. I'm ready. Strike me down. Oh, the Auction House. Yeah, no, I knew that one. The Auction House and the Colosseum are both pretty big negatives to gameplay. Too random, and nothing properly explains how they work. Man, I love talking to AI technicians. We were just talking about this yesterday. Half the time, you have to reach out to the company, lie about what it is you need so you get access to a real person, so you can then explain what your actual issue is. Because a person can understand what your problem is. A bot can only deal with pre-baked scenarios. I know what you're talking about, Blade Troll. Now we've got a hero ring. Do I hear 10,000? 20,000? 15,000? Oh ho ho, there's nothing I can't buy. No, I haven't, Huthor. What is it? A cherub down. Do I hear 7,000? What's really irritating is if you know what you're doing, you can manipulate what items show up. Now you're probably thinking, that sounds like a good thing. Well, the problem with that is that means it's determinative. What shows up is something that is under player control, even if the player doesn't know it. Which means if you repeat the same actions over and over to the frame, there's a pretty good chance you'll get the same crap over and over. Sound familiar? Okay. So we've replaced a button. Finally, that was a goal. Now we can put. Was I going to move up there? Ah, this actually. There we go. Is the mount in game? That's. How many things are named Shaw? That's from Hallowfell? Fall, excuse me. Damn, that looks cool. Oh, there it is. Interesting. And it's only $40.
What shall I craft next?
The older I get, the less sense microtransactions make. Just as a concept. No judgment intended, it's just I mean that with sincerity. The older I get, the less sense microtransactions make.
The Queen watches over us.
Population will produce more tenders eventually. You've bought us valuable time.
For Ardenweald.
Ah, you've returned just in time. The Fae are in danger! They're taking the Fae to Isengard. Sorry. It seems our actions have enraged the Gorm. They're even more aggressive than they were before. While some Fae were able to evacuate, there's still many who are trapped down there. Here, take this jar. Slather anyone you find with a generous helping. That should heal their wounds and give them a chance to escape.
As the Queen wills it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not here to judge. I don't get it anymore. Too old. I'm an old man. Pay money to talk to a live person. Wow. I actually have that mount because I have a 12-month sub. I've had a 12-month sub running for years at this point.
How can I help?
Yeah, that's... I think the word I want to use is disgusting, Uthor.
Do you need something?
Like, I try to be very tolerant, understanding, and generally accepting of people, but that is disgusting. I need more supplies. The lady herself wants to make sure we're outfitted with the finest armor. They've been soaked in the waters long enough to be workable. Find some time to retrieve them for our hunters before we find themselves without adequate protection. I'm probably biased because I don't even have enough money to pay rent. The idea of spending a half of a month's food budget on... I don't know how to say it without sounding insulting. On a fancy JPEG is something that just I can't process. I don't know how to think about that.
A song to lift your
I've
spirits.
been too poor for too much of my life to understand that. These Gorm have gone out of control. We need to stop them. A plan, but I cannot do it on my own. We lure the Gormlings to the banks of life by using special totems that are draining their anima. If you can retrieve the wood prepared for the golem totem, I can prepare the ritual. Take these pipes, find the Kulex trees. Super Mario RPG. Find the Kulex trees growing on the banks and play a song for them. You'll recognize them by their pale leaves. The wood must be given freely for the ritual to work.
Carry a song in your heart.
Oh, don't even get me started about lolskins. That makes even less sense to me, for various reasons.
The Weald welcomes you.
JPEG. An image file. So, speaking as someone who is an economics geek and follows economics news, there's been a really messed up trend pretty much since COVID. That trend is that people don't make enough money to buy things that are expensive, so they spend more money on things that are cheaper, that are overpriced. The most common stuff is stuff that doesn't really apply to us. Clothing, bags, like handbags, purses, wallets, fancy shoes, things like that.
Greetings.
It's actually a really, really common trend and has been, again, since COVID. Yeah, overpriced and short life. It's called, there's a term for it. And I can't think of it, of course. But anyways, there's a term for it. And the term boils down to that. You know, it's just stuff that you're supposed to grab and then burn. How can cheap stuff be overpriced? Well, think about it this way. How much do you pay in rent per month? Fast fashion. That's it. Yeah, I just realized you probably shouldn't actually answer that question. That's a bit personal question. But the idea here is that let's assume that you have rent prices roughly about like where I live. So you probably spend about $2,000 a month in rent. That's not a small amount of money. That is, in fact, a huge amount of money. That is well over half your income for the month. You don't have $2,000 a month. So $90 for a fancy mount in a video game like this is not a bottom, but just pretend this is a 90 issue thing, a $90 thing. No, this has been really big in Europe too, Robostall, like really big, and China too apparently. Spain has been getting hit by this particularly hard, to use a specific example. So imagine this costs $90. Now, under normal circumstances, you think $90 and you think that's insane, but you don't really have many other things to spend that money on. Not really. You can't. You literally don't have enough money to spend it on things that are important. Rent, a house, a car, all of that is completely out of your reach. It's never going to happen. So you spend it on something else instead. And quite a few companies, yeah, and saving is pissing into the wind. Because the amount of money you keep from saving is falling behind thanks to the artificially pushed inflation that's been happening for several years. So companies have jumped in to fill this hole and have started selling... that's strange. I forget what it's called, but it's luxury goods, right? They sell stuff that is overpriced, and let's be clear, it is overpriced, but not too overpriced. Just enough that you get that little boost of feeling like you bought something nice for yourself. Yeah, it feels good to just grab that and be like, ah, that was nice. And that is an accelerating trend right now, as rent prices are actually getting worse, not better. I keep focusing on rent specifically because rent really is the big one there. Real estate. The old rule used to be, what, 1/8? Something like that? Nowadays, most people spend more than 1/3 of their income just on having a roof over their head, nothing else. I mean, the only reason I have a roof over my head right now is because my sister and my brother-in-law flat out gave me their basement to live in. Otherwise, I'd be on the street or dead right now.
I would be glad to assist you.
Actually, yes, it is, Robostal. Although, before the Trump administration, there were actually lawsuits in place to try and stop that. I was talking to my sister just last night about that. It is legitimately fascinating because you can actually currently watch AI get worse on pretty much a weekly basis at this point. Even really basic things like Google searches or the Google AI responses are getting noticeably worse on like a visibly perceptible basis. It's fascinating. And completely predicted. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. A lot of people tend to forget that when the AI bots were first implemented, like 10 years ago now? 8 years ago? Something like that. The companies that were pushing them immediately backed away from them because they determined that it wasn't going to work and walked away. Yeah, no, it's completely inevitable. Of course the AI bots are going to get worse. There was a big surge of them getting better and better and better, and then they peaked. And now they're getting worse and worse and worse because they're feeding on each other. No, exactly, Huthor. Once upon a time, it was considered standard policy to save up money to be able to put a down payment on a house and get your home and your life going. That isn't feasible right now. May never be again. Why bother? Go buy a nice mount. That's why I don't have judgment for that. Not really.
I serve the Queen.
Oh, me too, Asmiristar. I'm 42. I grew up in the right at the very tail end of the Cold War, where that was just kind of what you did. Where it was considered normal to do that.
Hello there. All things in balance.
Oh, Don't even get me started about the nonsense of older people who have absolutely no idea what things like getting a job are like nowadays. I don't even want to get into that. Hope you've caught your breath. The totem is now a big, tasty beacon to all nearby Gorm. They're going to want to eat it, and you're going to be carrying it. You need to rehome the smaller ones. If they stay here, they're just going to get big and angry again. We can drop off a few groups outside the banks of life. We can make sure they find their way to more balanced feeding grounds. Okay.
Take care.
This world quest sucks. That's true. I'm actually at I've said it before, I'm kind of at a unique age group, personally. I was right there when the internet was getting started. I was right at the end of the Cold War. I was right there when the huge economic shift of the Reagan era, and let's be clear, we can specifically point to the Reagan era when this started happening, has shifted over. I was there when video games were really starting to take off, thanks to the NES. I've always thought I grew up at or was born, I should say, at a really, really interesting time. Good and bad. Well, part of it is we're doing some really boring quests, which, yes, I will give negatives for. God, these quests suck. And all of these are world quests, too. And they're not even good world quests. Yeah, unfortunately, real life is not like a video game, and you can lose levels. Real life is like EverQuest. Where, whoops, you died, there goes 10% of the experience to your next level.
I would be glad to assist you.
Okay.
The Queen watches over us.
That's that, I'd say. The banks are largely safe, thanks to you. We can handle the rest on our own.
As the Queen wills it.
You're welcome. Enjoy this negative. Yeah, you dropped everything you had on you or had equipped. I actually forget which in EverQuest. You know, I haven't been keeping track of how many negatives the jailer is. I probably should. I should probably have a running total going. Yeah, remember, our friends are being tortured in the most literal hell you can imagine, but, you know, I gotta help these bug farmers out. The ambergris must flow. Oh my god, more side quests? Sorry. Oh, goody. But when we get to Dragonflight, I'm going to be like, yes, side quest. And here I'm just like, oh no. Even if I wanted to give her weapons, I cannot. My glade is under attack. What? Most of my people were driven out during the attack on the growth works, but a few of the elders stayed behind. Whether to delay the enemy or see friends to safety, they are not here where it is safe. Each elder can perform extraordinary work and can make all the weapons in no time at all. Rescue the elders, then we'll talk about using their talents for the good of Ardenweald. If you want to help, then first you're going to have to help me. What have I been doing this entire time? There's a group of Spriggans that have assaulted the growth works to the northeast. They are causing all manner of havoc, and I simply will not abide this.
Never let them...
Good news, it's not Gorm, it's Spriggans.
How can I help? Farewell. Is it time?
There's your supplies.
On to the next task.
What do you say? Fancy one more hunt? One of those large flying pests have grown into a very large flying pests. Large, pristine Gorm parts are hard to find at the best of times, and a smith always appreciates a challenge. Besides, I'm worried about the safety of my family and the rest of us in the grove. Bring me the stinger from that big fella and make it worth your while.
For Ardenweald.
Okay. Spriggans are made of Gorms, who are made of Spriggans! Oh god, no! The loop. The loop, the spiral. The spiral calls to me. Oh, sorry. There's Gorms everywhere. You've heard of treasure everywhere? This is Gorms everywhere. Look, we don't talk about the N'Zoth worm, okay?
He wants you gone too.
This is probably too much. Let's find out. Nope, we managed that. Had to pop an invuln, though. So, we actually did Mythic 2, the Maze, last night. It went really, really badly. We actually failed the timer. Now, it wasn't because of the maze. We were actually pretty smooth on the maze. Only had a couple of deaths there. It was because of the boss immediately after the maze. As I'll showcase when we get there, for those of you not aware, on Mythic, even Mythic 2... oh yeah, we also had several deaths on that last trash pack. That was just mean. So Freeze Tag caused several deaths because it kept hitting the tank. And then there was also the dodgeball mechanic. For those of you who don't know, dodgeball will straight up kill you on Mythic. Just one shot. Unless you've got a whole bunch of health at your back. Which we did not. So, fail at dodgeball, and you die.
Could I lend a hand?
And yeah, people kept dying to dodgeball and to freeze. And then we managed the next boss without any real issue. Go figure. Oh, now which is funny, because I personally think the next boss is actually a better boss fight. More interesting, more complexity to its mechanics. And we just rolled right over it. Outsider, you're perfect for this task. The Spriggans are known for their mischief. They've been cursing our tools and supplies and trapping unsuspecting workers. Like our curses, they must obey the rules. You'll need shimmer dust for baskets, thread made of gossamer for harps, and minty fresh breaths for the soul webs. How odd.
Queen's blessing upon you.
Do you need something?
Well, so far all I've done is ret, but so far ret feels very good, Pillars of Snow.
Now, where did I put that?
I'm going to read that out loud. I need to go find my tools. Please find my tools. Okay, here you go.
Farewell.
Arakara? No, I have not. Almost did it, but then I decided to go to bed at a decent hour. And that sounds like a joke, but it really isn't. I actually had a group ready to go and was ready to invite me, and I was like, I need to actually get sleep. But no, so we did Tyrannosaith? Tyranid Scythe. I'm right. We did Tyranid Scythe 2. And then we did, oh god, what's it called? Necrotic Wake 6. Can I just say that I am reaffirmed in how good of a freaking dungeon the Necrotic Wake is? Despite the gap there, 2 to 6, Necrotic Wake was a much more enjoyable experience. A rage game block. Hey chat, without hyperbole, how many of you would enjoy watching me get upset at a rage game? A rage game is exactly what it sounds like. It is a game designed to make you rage at it. It's often referred to as streamer bait, for pretty obvious reasons.
This is gonna hurt! How did this happen?
No. Different stuff, Dragonplayer. Yeah, Superman 64 would probably qualify, actually. Or Getting Over It is a good example. Now, Octodad I've actually streamed before. Octodad's a little different.
Ardenweald.
You... Don't worry about me. We have real problems. I heard their leader around here somewhere during the attack. I've not been keeping watch, but I have not been able to see them. They must be using some sort of glamour to hide themselves. I've yet to meet a Spriggan who can resist a game. If you find one eager to play and win, perhaps you can learn something about their leader.
Now where did I put...
Do I have to?
On to the next task.
Okay. Yeah, games with bad controls can be interesting or fun. Jank is jank, after all, which can be good or bad. But generally speaking, a rage game is designed to make you rage at it. It is designed to make you go, ah. Because, yeah, like Octodad is jank controls, but it's hilarious fun. And most importantly of all, it is short. It doesn't wear out its welcome.
I'm gonna enjoy this!
Surgeon Simulator, that's actually another good example of that. And I would consider I Am Bread to be another good example of a good jank game. Do I have to keep triggering all these traps in order to disarm them? Am I just a warrior? I mean, I guess I'm a paladin. Never mind. Question rescinded. That's interesting. I think so, but let us know. I don't remember. What if we hear someone wishes to play? What should we play for him? I know. If I win, we'll turn you into a toad. If you win, I'll tell you a secret nobody else knows. Rules are simple. You just need to keep up with my conversation and react appropriately. Easy, right? Let's begin. One time I managed to trick all the Savar in the Grove thinking I was a member of their court. The other Spriggans were all cheering my name for days. Okay. Him. Got it. So how do I... Well, then dance. I mean, Ninja Gaiden... the example I love to use is that Ninja Gaiden 1 is a 20-minute game. If you know what you're doing. When we get there, we're probably going to take closer to like 6 hours. Or we'll use save states. One of the two. The Fate Court are big in manners, you know. The size lapse of Decor can have devastating consequences. Introductions are an important part of first impressions.
It is good to see.
I'm very curious about the City of Threads. But of course, I'll be experiencing it at level 80, so that's whatever. Or possibly 67, but functionally 80. We do much to help out the people of the lands. I'm sure you've heard of stories, mending shoes, growing fields, reuniting lost ones. But we've heard not much. One word of praise. What? That's okay. That would be Mega Man X5. Ready? Ah! Ah! Wow, this quest sucks. Like, this is an individual negative quest. Check this out. We cheer. Okay, so we have to do the emote, that's correct. And then we wait. Okay, now the next one. You'll notice this is the exact same order as the last time. Yeah, there's previous quests like this have had a thing where once you get the correct or bad response, it moves on to the next step. Here, there's a static amount of time in between each step, regardless of whether you do it or not. You'll notice it's also the exact same steps each time. These are the exact same things I just did. This is those stupid beckon quests in ARR. You know the ones. By the way, any screw-up means starting all over from the beginning. That's the final, like, nail in the coffin here. It's an emote quest, which is fine, but then it's slow, and any mistake makes you start all over from the very beginning. That's not great. This isn't triple negative. This could be worse. I've seen worse than this. This is not good. Okay, we're done. Bye. Wait, don't you want to hear my stuff? No. Oh my god, there's more quests. What is this hellscape that I am in? Why did I... You know what this is? This is my hubris. I dared to say that the side quests were better in Ardenweald.
Strong.
I did this.
Do not always run deep.
You are not like the others. The waters here carry deep power. Power most have forgotten, but the Tyran forget very little. Power flows through the earth just as water flows through power. Flows can be trapped for a time, dripping. Drop by drop, they drip into vessels. Search for vessels, collect the power.
Your path is revealed with each step.
That's a good question. How many negatives did we get the Druffalo quest? Because that was a pretty bad individual quest. It's actually quite rare we give an individual quest negatives. It's usually just negatives for like a zone or a stage or something. God for these amazing visuals, at least. Jesus. I mean, yeah. Boy, that's a flip. Just wait till you get to the MSQ. That's when it gets good. Oh, man. Spicy ramen. Good spicy ramen is good. Probably not killing you. As has been mentioned by many people, including me, a whole large amount of why MMOs took off was because of the... God, I can't think of the word. Not gimmick. Uniqueness? No. Unusuality? That feels wrong. Yes, thank you. I can't think of the word. The fact that it was unusual at that point in time to be able to group up with and hang out with other people online. That was a new blank. And that new blank is what pretty much carried most MMOs through the early days. And as time went on, and as technology developed, and as more and more online connectivity happened, people became a little bit more and more, I don't want to say demanding, but like, wanted more to do rather than just hanging out chatting. I know I've talked about this with regards to EverQuest several times, but to give a very specific example of EverQuest, EverQuest was literally designed to have substantial amounts of down period, thanks to how mana regen worked. And the whole point was that's, you know, you go and you fight, and you fight, and you fight, and you fight, okay. Let's regenerate mana, and while you're all sitting there in a group, that's when you chat. That's when you just kind of talk with each other. Now, obviously that just doesn't apply anymore. Like, I have friends online I have never met. The blank of that has long since gone away. Yes, the meows, Robostal, exactly. We need more cat MMOs. Novelty. That is actually the exact word. Thank you. That was bothering me. The novelty of it is gone. It isn't novel anymore. Hasn't been for 2 decades, really.
I will wear your bones!
Gross. But also, I'm an earthen. Exactly, Czar. In the early days of the internet, there wasn't much socializing online to be done. Like, obviously, there were online chat programs, but back then, it just wasn't the same. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't the same thing as it is nowadays. There were many different chat programs. Connecting them was an issue. Most of them sucked, and most of them could only handle very basic stuff, like just chatting with one other person. I mean, it's really telling that AIM used to be one of the better ones.
Over here, before you are seen.
The hunt captain says to report back.
Are overrun. I think we are being hunted. We will return to the grove as soon as we are able. Thank you, friend.
AOL Instant Messenger, Magister. I will say, nowadays, we're in kind of an interesting sweet spot. Most modern MMOs are right in between being an MMO and being a single-player RPG. And both of them having both of those playstyles alongside each other is a good thing. I can play WoW solo for the most part, but I can also play WoW with a friend, or 2 or 3. And that's exactly how that probably should be at this point in time historically. By contrast, if this was the EverQuest days, and I had to group up with 5 or so other people just to do anything, and I mean anything, and I get up to the boss, and I go to attack the boss, and someone else gets the kill and the tag on the boss instead of me. Now I have to sit here and quite literally wait for several minutes before the boss respawns. Yeah, it's one of those things. If you were there for it, you know exactly what it was like back in the day. You weren't... I've tried to describe to my niece what life was like in the early internet days. And she just looks at me like I'm speaking Greek to her. I should mention there's a place for such MMOs. I've talked about that before. In fact, I like to differentiate between, you know, MMOs and co-RPGs. MMOs being the ones that are more like EverQuest, and co-RPGs being more like this. But the point is, those are niche. Or, to phrase that more differently, while those have a place and point and purpose, and I think those kind of games should exist, I don't think, to go back to the original question, MMOs would have taken off if that niche was it now. If the MMO was invented now.
Do you need something? As the queen wills it.
Why are you giving me more quests? Now we can strike down their leader, friend. It just so happens I have a large pouch of puff petal powder right here. Why don't you take it and toss a few handfuls around the workshop floor on the top of the falls? If they're still there, I imagine they'll have an unfortunate reaction. While you do that, I'll gather the other elders and make our way to Glitterfall Basin.
Is it time to go already?
Yes. By the way, I like their signs. Just carvings on a leaf that's been straightened out. Hung up with that anima rope, whatever that is. That's another interesting little tidbit. Most MMOs, WoW included, have struggled with the idea of bringing the player instead of bringing the class. It still struggles with this. It's not really a solved issue, but that, of course it isn't. You want your classes to be distinct, but the problem is making classes distinct means certain classes are just better, either in general or for certain types of raids or dungeons. One of the bigger reasons why I was having trouble getting into a mythic last night, as I'll show on the footage when I show that off, was because nobody wanted to drag along some dumb little Havoc demon hunter to their mythics. Exactly, Luthor. I was actually criticized more than once for having the wrong spec for the mythics we were doing. Keep in mind, I was keeping up and doing pretty well. But I did have the wrong spec. The wrong spec. So... That's true. I didn't copy the spec from Wowhead, or Icy Veins. I, in fact, still have not even looked at whatever the correct spec is, and have no plans to, I might add. The meta plague is always a problem.
What shall I craft next? For Ardenweald. The Queen watches over us.
Why is Icy Veins not a good source anymore, Ludicrous?
Strike where they least expect it. For Queen and Grove, we will meet again.
I mean, I have disagreed with several Icy Veins builds in the past, although that's in Diablo 3, which honestly has a tremendously incredible build system, so... Shrug. You have to get into the truly, no, really upper fraction of percentile of stuff. Is that Khadgar? That is Khadgar. He's right in the middle. Do you see him? Right there in the middle of the shot. Why is Khadgar visible on the Retribution Paladin backdrop? In fact, why is the Dark Portal here at all? Why is BC here? I'm so confused. I notice our protection spec is a Blood Elf, whereas our holy spec is just frickin' Uther. Actually, that looks like that's Tyrion. That is Tyrion. Why is Tyrion the holy paladin? Anyways.
I stand ready.
Only Arlon and Lumera survived. The rest have fallen. She trembles with unbridled fury. I will see to it their bodies are retrieved. This cannot go unpunished.
Always hit your mark. The forest is watching.
You have found far more weapons than I expected. Very strange. How could they acquire so many of our blades?
No mercy for our prey. Hone your senses.
Just double checking. Okay. It looks like we finished the bulk of the secondary quests. Thank God. It's probably sad that I think that, but it's still true.
Good hunting.
I can smell our foes' dark magic, twisting the air and muddling my mind. They're up to something, bringing awful powers into Ardenweald. You've seen their totems, destroy them immediately. I always feel better after smashing something to pieces, don't you?
Glory to the Wild Hunt. For the Winter Queen.
Aralon's report matches what I have seen. Too many enemies, too few of the Wild Hunt to dispose of them. Fortunately, I feel strongly inclined to take matters into my own hands and avenge my fallen hunters.
These vile creatures will know the fury of the Wild Hunt.
Perfectly balanced, Spartan, as it should be. Actually, you want to know another example of looking up a build where I just disagreed with it flat out? Guild Wars 1.
Corraine, ever the cunning huntress.
I know that voice, but he fell in battle.
Please die. Please die. Oh my God. I couldn't do it. Anyways, Guild Wars 1, right? Back in Guild Wars 1, their builds was a huge aspect of Guild Wars 1. In fact, it was the primary way of progression. You didn't really have levels, right? Like the level cap in Guild Wars 1 was 20, and you hit that very, very soon. So instead, the way you would progress is you would have builds, and you would get different abilities and combine them in different ways. And so there was several sites that kept track of that, and me and Gary used to spend some time perusing them to get ideas and see what we could figure out. We kept finding builds and being like, this is stupid, why not do this instead? Or, I don't agree with this at all. Oh, build crafting was a lot of fun in Guild Wars 1. Unironically, some of the most fun I had in Guild Wars 1 was just designing builds. He came up with a build which was hilarious once. It was a spirit summoner-based, oh god, ritualist. That's what it was called. It was a ritualist. And what it boiled down to was summoning a few dozen spirits which you could yank to you, and buffing the snot out of them. He called it the machine gun. My personal favorite. So I was Assassin as my main in Guild Wars 1. I'm trying to remember all the moving pieces, because it was a very complex build, because it's me. And you're probably thinking, how could Assassin be complex? Well, the thing is, the build wasn't just me. It was me and like 3 or so other heroes who were all kind of part of the same build.
Know your prey. The first lesson you taught me. One you have forgotten.
Lorcron, what has become of you?
So, I was an assassin. I had an ability that specifically did very low damage, but hit an often number of times. I also had another buff, which would give me piercing, which was pretty important for some of the higher end stuff. So I could push through most things, but only do a fairly low amount of damage while doing it. I would hit a bunch of times. Then one of my minions was buffing the hell out of my strength. Look, I was always a Transformer. Was buffing the hell out of my strength or agility or whatever it is, basically my damage, to make sure that each of those little hits was hitting very hard. Then I had someone else who was doing a thing which made it so I would take no damage, which meant I could use another ability, which made it so I could sacrifice my own health to actually hit even faster than before. So I'm essentially hasted, hitting a tons of times, and hitting very hard. Sounds pretty nice, right? Hang on, it gets better.
Do you not recognize your quarry? The blades they wield, the faces behind the masks.
The masked Fae. This is the fate that awaits them?
The final piece of my build was the crux point. Without it, the whole build wouldn't have worked. I had a ritualist follower who had 2 jobs. One was to maintain her own mana, so just, focus on a bunch of abilities that make sure she always has mana. And the other was to maintain an enchantment on me, and to buff the hell out of that enchantment. The enchantment was, every time I hit something, anything, with anything, a splinter of damage would go out to everything nearby. So she's just sitting back there, maintaining that buff on me 24/7. I'm hitting very fast, very often, faster than usual. Yes, 3 different layers of haste. And I'm hitting pretty hard. And everything is constantly chipper shredding everything nearby, whatever I'm hitting. It required 3 heroes and me, but it worked very well.
You sent us on a doomed hunt. Now you are the prey. And I know you well.
Enough, Lorcron. If you truly know me, then you should be afraid.
That shows my ignorance. I don't remember Dark Age of Camelot even having...
Name the quarry. The
Guilds.
forest is watching. No mercy for our prey.
This voice, I've heard it before, though it's distorted and vengeful now. He hunts us, but I am not prey, and I will not let him gloat over his slain quarry. That is not the way of the wild hunt. Though he may draw us to the ground of his choosing, we will fight him, and we will win.
Glory to the wild hunt.
Your hunt ends here, Karain. I serve a new master. One who will watch Ardenweald wither.
Then you are a huntsman no longer.
Also, why? They never really explained the motive last I checked. I could be wrong. Unless it's just and that's the motive.
No, I will not fall to my prey again. Beware the shadows, Karain.
Probably.
I fight for Ardenweald. Good, a dear friend, twisted into a dire foe. He must be slain. Return to Glitterfall Basin. My hunt has only just begun.
Okay, where are you going? I just... Okay, there's this thing called metaphor. Oh, sorry.
Are you in need of the wild hunt?
It might be easy for Corrine to hunt one of our own, but she is right. The forest is not as safe so long as Lorcron lurks within it. What a terrible fate, both for those who become possessed and those who must hunt them down. Yeah, we've never encountered that in Warcraft before. The Scourge are just sitting over there, crying in a corner. We of the Wild Hunt have always prepared to return to the cycle in defense of Ardenweald. I must move on, and so should you. I advise you return to Droman Trashmore in Turnaval. Others will need your help. Here, take this as a gift, and thank you.
I once used this to carry wild seeds in my former grove. May it serve you well.
I mean, Maiev hasn't really been on camera much, so yeah, might as well get some mileage of the actress.
A spirit's turmoil, nightmare given form. Dreamweaver calls for aid.
Okay, so town is under attack. Cool, cool, cool.
Oh, thank the Queen you're here. I speak for the spirits.
Oh, you have a spirit cradle. That'll be quite useful indeed. Assuming we can calm the chaos, of course. The wild seed you bonded with is having intense nightmares, and they're manifesting all over the grove.
Be at peace.
Oh, this isn't good. As soon as you left, the nightmare spilled out over Tir Naval. I've done everything to try and soothe her. I've tried singing, I've tried telling her stories. Nothing seems to calm her. You try and dispel the nightmares.
Nothing seems to end the nightmares. Could you try a more direct approach?
Oh, that's my job. Yeah, if it wasn't obvious already, because they haven't been quiet about it. This pretty much gave away who was in the seed. It's actually a good point.
The storm abates for now.
Sorry, yes, Uthor. Oh, jeez. There's a thought. After all, why go after Ysera specifically back in Belcheroth? Well... It's okay, Seed. It's okay.
Oh, looks like the spirit is calm again. Thank you, friend. Hello there.
It seems to have calmed her. I can feel her dreams begin to ease. You really do have a knack for this, but I'm worried we're only buying time. We need to do something drastic.
See you later.
I've never seen a seed quite like this one. Even the ones that bonded with their caretakers in the past never manifested nightmares like this. It's almost like Nazar. Sorry. It's we've never. Then again, we've also never had a living mortal in our midst. We need to bring this wild seed to Hibernal Hollow, then it can receive the care and attention it needs. I'll place it into the cradle. Can you ask Naya if she would accompany you? The poor Sylvar has been directionless since the fall of her grove. This will be good for her.
The wild seed will fare better in Hibernal Hollow. Perhaps Naya would like to come with you.
Naya. Why are you so far away? Come here.
Where shall we go next?
Feels like Ardenweald is falling apart. Possessed, strange monsters. Did you need something? Yeah, I'm taking the wild seed responsible for this to Hibernal Hollow. I could use your help bringing it there.
Farewell. I would be glad to join you. I'll prepare for the journey.
I speak for the spirits.
What do you ask?
Surprised any wild seed can spawn such nightmares.
Watch your step.
I'll fly ahead to the Hibernal Hollow and convince the Droman Elioth to help us. Hopefully, she will have agreed by the time you and Naya arrive. This wild seed needs to stay comfort in your presence, so you should stick close to it. Naya will also need to sing to keep it calm, or else the nightmares may return. Spriggans love to interrupt our song, so be on the lookout for them. Frickin' Spriggans.
Be at peace.
Could be worse. Could be Gorm.
Naya, take my harp. Its music can help soothe the wild seed. I'll meet you in Hibernal Hollow. Safe journey, you three.
Yep, peace. So, how you doing, Naya? Well, everyone's dead or dying. So, typical Tuesday. Yeah. The cradles are interesting. I never got that mount, though. At least I'm pretty sure I didn't. No, Zar. In fact, check me if I'm wrong, but Shadowlands added neither class nor race, right? Check me on that, because that doesn't sound quite right. I remember because it was considered pretty unusual at the time. Most expansions add something, even allied races. Like BFA had Kulturans and Zandalari and Volpera.
Hold! The road is not safe.
What? What?
Wait. You're the one who helped us at Glitterfall Heights.
Hi.
Perhaps you can do so again.
That's me, Yub.
What do you fight for? The forest.
The Wild Hunt is holding the line against these monsters as they overrun the road to Hibernal Hollow. Too many of my fellow hunters have been possessed by the dark magics of those twisted masks. With you here, we might be able to turn the tide. Aid any hunters you find before their foes turn them against us. I will meet you further in the meadow. If we can rally our numbers, we can bring an end to this battle.
Do what you must. Come. Many are in need of aid.
Naya, you got this? Cool. Yeah, they were pretty reasonably patterned. Hey, a bonus quest that we're not going to do for quite a while there. Which expansion added Fae into WoW? Do you mean playable Fae or the concept of Fae? Because, yeah, Fae have been in Warcraft since Warcraft 3. So, the answer would, by default, be vanilla. There actually were fairy dragons in vanilla. Yep, and they have always been disturbing. Well, there were creeps, too. Remember, there were creeps of, like, everything in Warcraft 3.
For Ardenweald!
I kind of wish the fairy dragon mount looked more like a fairy dragon.
Gross.
I know that sounds strange, but, like, to explain... Did you not fear me so I could go show off this mount, please? No, no mounts! Ugh.
Comes near.
Oh god, it's gonna be like right here, isn't it? No? God, I don't know what it's called.
How fares your hunt? Their numbers grow with
This
every
thing.
battle.
So I hate this thing. And the reason I hate this thing is what looks okay from here, I hate everything about that face. Just everything about it. For a little bit of contrast. Damn. What's the name of the one we got in Warlords? I believe it was from the Collector's Edition. was in the store, I could use that to find it. There it is. Fae, not fairy. This thing. Still not quite what I would want, but much better than the other one. Which makes sense, it's a cash shop mount. But even this isn't quite what I want. What I would really want is just straight up a fairy dragon. Maybe a little bit more high detail, but still just a fairy dragon. Which this isn't really. I'm not sure if there's any fairy dragon bosses so I could show that off. Hang on. Ignore the obvious naming schema of all my pets here. There. That's what I want as a mount. I know, that's actually a terrible picture, but Huthor is correct. I actually forgot about that. So a fairy dragon would be in Dragonflight, Emergisil, James model. Boom. This is actually what a fairy dragon looks like. A high detailed model of one, too. You're so cute. I can't wait to murder you horribly. Alright,
Their numbers grow with every battle.
Oh yeah, just look at Brightwing and Heroes of the Storm. Probably Lineruth. Most assuredly what happened with the one we get in Dragonflight was they wanted to make a cute mount, and instead it looks derpy.
Twisting me into one of them.
Yep, she's just so great as Miristar. Run, I'll distract her while you go get help. Well, I am glad that you like Derpy.
My thanks.
I don't. There's a reason why that's no longer part of my rotation, at least it shouldn't be. Might have been actually shoved back up into it by mistake. Yep, looks like it was. So, remove favorite. There we go. Boom. Ah, it's gone. The nightmare is gone. 71% from just doing normal quests is not too shabby for a bonus.
They command a giant beast. Many of us fell to its claws.
Then it will fall to ours. I serve the Queen.
That's hilarious, Maverick. Won't it be cute when I remove their skin? Thank you for rescuing my fellow hunters. We'll have time to respect those who have returned to the cycle when this is over.
For Ardenweald.
A nearby monstrosity has been thwarting our efforts to clear the hollow meadow. Together we can bring it down. You and I will face off against the beast. When the time is right, I'll call for the hunt to charge. The Wild Hunt has suffered too many losses. Today, we claim victory against these monsters.
The forest will. Our ally and I strike first. The rest of you attack when I sound the horn.
Also, I love this visual image right here. Horrible, because these Ents, remember, are insanely old. And, you know, every single one of them is kind of precious. And one of them just kind of got speared in the chest with those barbs. But it's fine. There's probably a good reason why they're attacking, right? I mean, it can't just be that they're evil.
Queen and Grove! No, the horn! Mortal, take up the horn!
Yeah, why? Okay.
Wild Hunt, now! Well struck. Return and regroup. This was but one battle. I fear many more await us.
This is like battle 15 of these. What are you talking about?
In need of the wild hunt. For Ardenweald.
Thanks to your efforts, we have turned the tide of battle. We won't soon forget your aid. We should be able to hold off Soren's meadow now that the brood is dead. Ride with us. Let's return to the road in your wild seed.
Take our stag and ride with us, friend.
Is there an entry for him?
The Blighted stand in our path.
Run them down!
There he is. Once the eldest guardian
will cull you from Ardenweald.
of Tirnasyth, Ornamanos was wilted alongside the great tree. With very little animal left, she can no longer discern friend from foe as the Gorm gorged herself on her decaying form. Aww.
You're back! The wild seed was growing restless.
What do you fight for?
It's good to see part of the Hot Wild Hunt's strength restored, and also that you found the Spirit Cradle of use. Let's bring the Wild Seed to the Hibernal Hollow.
The forest will endure.
Yeah, she's not corrupted. She's literally starved into insanity. That's fun. You have done the Wild Hunt a great service. I must repay you in some way. The battle for Soren's Meadow has turned, and with the brute defeated, the blighted forces lose their strength. Allow us to escort you to Hibernal Hollow. Speak to me when you wish to depart.
Do what you must. Come, we ride for Hibernal Hollow.
Thank you for escorting us, Erlon. It puts me at ease to know we are protected by a fierce huntsman.
I was not always so. I joined the Wild Hunt only recently, after my grove had to be sacrificed to save the others.
My grove was lost as well, but not to the drought. We were overrun by masked fae. My friends.
I am sorry, Naya. If only the Wild Hunt could have been there. But our numbers are stretched perilously thin.
And so is the Winter Queen.
She bears the greatest burden of us all. We must do what we can to share it.
As the Erlon's from the vignette, isn't he? He's the one. So slightly different biome here. Love this area. I want to talk about glowing. Look at that. And water. Strong water motif everywhere.
Please, Alioth, help us end this spirit's nightmare.
Though our resources are stretched thin, I will do what I can. Welcome to my grove.
I am Alia, Droman of the Hibernal Hollow. I protect the tree and all who live within these walls. Before that lived on a beautiful world of lush forests and sparkling seas. I was a Loa, a powerful spirit of the wilderness. My fur was full of stars and my teeth could crack mountains. I died. Green fire rained from the heavens and burned our forest and boiled our seas. I did all that I could, but it was not enough. My world died too. By the Queen's grace, I was reborn here in Ardenweald, and the spirits here in the Hollow are my responsibility. I like how they don't flat out call it the Legion. Not just because that's better writing, but actually, if you think about it, it's entirely possible that whole worlds fell to the Legion, not knowing who or what the Legion was. One of the only reasons Azeroth has ever been significant is because they actually put up a fight. Most worlds just get rolled over. Even if I still had a home to return to, I could not. This is the way of things.
The darkness must wane.
Dreamweaver has told me much about your strange wild seed. I will do what I can to help.
For Queen and Grove.
Dreamweaver tells me of a ritual to quell the wild seed's nightmares, but it will require anima. A soul named Proglo lives in this tree, gathering anima for the grove's caretakers to use. His mortal life came to a violent end. His soul has been skittish ever since. He will not respond well to your current form. I'll give you the ability to attune the soul shape of a fox. Approach him and ask for his trust.
Accept this portion of my power, mortal. Use it to alter your shape into one that the soul below will find more welcoming.
So here's our
Prepare the ritual.
zone ability for the zone. I've actually already shown this off because my Demon Hunter just has this. I collected these for a little bit. But hang on, what does the fox say? Greetings. Are you here for anima? Proglo has been making sure to keep it stored for any wild seeds that may need it. Those nasty Spriggans and blighted creatures won't get their hands on this. Proglo is one of the bravest souls in Ardenweald. Nothing gets by him. Yeah, Drome and Aliel said you were storing an anima we could use to help a wild seed. Of course, Proglo saved anima for just like this. An event just like this. Here you go. Take care. And if you need anything, remember that Proglo is the bravest soul in Ardenweald. Thank you, Proglo. Correct, Sleeta Fairy. Alright, Dreamweaver, what you got?
What brings you here? Let's hope this is enough.
Did it work?
No, the nightmares still linger. We need more anima.
I serve the... I may know where we can acquire more.
It's going to be difficult, but I know of a place where we may have enough anima to help this wild seed.
For Ardenweald.
Clearly we need more anima than the Grove can provide. I may know of a way we can acquire some. Many of the masked Fae have been collecting anima for some unknown purpose. I propose we take it back. The Wild Hunt has tracked them to Tirnanach, my former Grove. Long has it been since I walked beneath its boughs. Not since it was left to wither so that other groves might survive. I'll tell you about it in just a second. But first, I have to praise Shadowlands. I know. Forgive me. You know something Ardenweald does very well? The plot of Ardenweald is the drought, right? That is the dominant plot of Ardenweald by a huge margin. And it's a big, doomy, terrifying thing, which we see a lot of effects of. But they have gone out of their way to zoom in the camera. And it's trickier to do this than it sounds, because what they're doing is simultaneously showing the micro and the macro. The macro is affecting the micro. All the drought is causing problems for this seed, which has become our care, and which we've been helping. We've also been helping other individuals as we've been going through here. So we have been very, very down ground level, helping individual people with individual problems, but all of those problems are caused by the overall arcing plot, the drought, which is constantly looming in the background and is informing everything that's happening. In other words, what a lot of stories, including in WoW, will fail at on this same task is they'll try to focus on the big. Oh my god, the world's about to end. The entire multiverse will infinitely end. And it just loses focus. By giving us something concrete to hold on to that's in the middle of that, like this, we can actually still get the sense of scale here without losing the significance of it.
The forest. I will meet you outside of my former grove.
The wilds tremble before my fury! The nightmare's veil is lifted.
This was us.
I return at last to the long slumber.
This was us killing Ursoc back in Legion.
To the great forest
beyond. Until I may serve the wilds again.
Welcome to my grove, friend. My queen. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face. I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Rest well, and dream. Season after season of this drought. Here. It's so little, I know.
It must be done. Reclaim everything from this grove. Everything.
No! This is my grove! You will not destroy them!
Arelon! We are not your enemy.
Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. I swore an oath. My queen. I kept faith all this time that you would save us. And now you send scavengers to my grove? Why?
Saw what is to come.
Ardenweald is dying.
It must be saved. The Queen is called the Wild Hunt.
We have culled your grove, so that others might live.
Will you sacrifice one soul for the forest entire? Or will you keep your oath?
Your heart is pure. I will honor your choice.
One last time, you serve the wilds. You will not be forgotten. Forgive me, friend. I will hunt for you, my queen. For Ardenweald. And for the souls we can yet save. I swear it. I swear it.
You know the only thing that can make that worse? What if this really was a ploy by the Void, by N'Zoth? Don't mistake me. It's not directly connected. What that would mean is we had to kill Ursoc back in Legion because of N'Zoth. And then Ursoc has to permanently cessate because of N'Zoth, because of the drought.
In nature, all are one.
Well, we'll see, won't we, Zar? We're not there yet. Some of those displaced by the fallen groves have made a home for themselves at the base of the heart of the forest. Hibernal Hollow is fortunate. We have supplies. They may not. If you would bring these to Flingweir. They care for the refugees there.
The darkness must wane.
What's really funny is the wrong word. They knew what they were doing when they picked Ursoc for that. They could have picked anybody. But they picked somebody we killed. And for any lorehounds in the audience, Ursoc has been a major figure for a while. He doesn't have a lot of presence in WoW proper. Tidbits in Grizzly Hills, and then Legion, and that's kind of it. Like, they couldn't pick someone like Goldrin, as much as he would be an interesting pick, because he's not dead. No, they picked somebody we killed.
Our prey cannot escape.
Hey, Frog 50 animation. Something stinks, Traveler. The air to the west is rotten with malice. Shimmerbow has long been a peaceful way station along the path of her birth. The fairies there delight in revelry and celebration, but now their glade falls silent. Scouts bring reports of strange masked night fae, and a little other than they are a threat.
May your prey never catch your scent.
I agree with Uthor, by the way. I bet you money he would have volunteered, given a choice. Yeah, they did a good job of characterizing the Winter Queen there. I'll give her credit, she's probably one of the better of the Eternal ones. Which is funny, because she's also one of the more harshest of them. She's very ruthless, I think is the word I want to use. But to say she doesn't care would be inaccurate. Contrast the Primus, who's honestly pretty badly written. Denathrius, we'll get to him. And the Archon, who we've barely interacted with.
The forest provides.
I've seen the ritual. It's terrifying. The altars seem to be the key. If only I had a bit of pyrotechnic powder, I could blast them to bits. Primrose is silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. If you could get the powder and guard me, we could blow up those altars. I stashed as much as I could in our dwellings. They don't seem to care anymore. You don't have wings, but a pinch of fairy dust... Oh, I hate this world quest.
Good hunting.
Sorry.
Guard the wilds.
They need our help. Not all the fairies have been turned yet. Some remain prisoner, but they have these masks on their faces. Oh yeah, no, she and Bwansamdi do not get along at all, which is funny, because both of them are definitely more good aligned than some of the other people around here. But they hate, well, she hates him. I think he just likes provoking her.
Keep your teeth sharp.
He's smart enough to not step over the line, but I would go so far as to say I don't think Bwansamdi actually respects her. It is hilarious and it's awesome. It's probably one of the best parts of the Ardenweald Covenant. Yeah, he goes right up to the line that he's like, nip. Right up, nip. Here's a random-ass question. Do you think they're going to retcon the Elune thing sometime? He does have that anti-authoritarian streak going for him, so I could see that. I mean, there's a reason he helped lead the charge against Wazella, after all. The robot thing. Yeah. We'll see, I guess. Oh yeah. Bwansamdi is a pretty good example of chaotic good. He's pretty anti-organization, and he's pretty pro-good. Yeah, the Winter Queen... The funny thing is, I feel like... This is just a bit of personal perspective on it. There we go. But I've felt for some time that the robot thing was an attempt to kind of... well, return to form, for lack of a better way to put it. The problem is, it kind of contradicts most of the rest of Shadowlands, which also already contradicts itself. I will admit I like the robot thing. I know, fake fun, but it's true. It's one of the only plot beats in Shadowlands that actually works for me. No, I caught it, Uthor. I wouldn't say he screwed over Talanji or Rusticon. In fact, he did everything in his power to save Rusticon. And is there for Talanji multiple times. He is also the only reason that a whole bunch of trolls are not currently in the Maw. Yeah, it's... The problem, as usual, is that... Well, I mean, the first ones really are the problem here. The first ones really should just have been the frickin' Titans. I was actually thinking about that. The cheapest and easiest way to retcon a whole lot of things is to just say that the first ones were the Titans. It isn't neat, and it still has a lot of holes, but it's a very quick and lazy way to go ahead and just say, you know what? Nah. Here you go. Wong. Yeah, it's a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid over a lot of problems in Shadowlands. And there you go. Boom. That explains a lot. That one tidbit right there. It would explain why the first ones did all this stuff and then left, because they died fighting Sargeras years ago. It would explain why so much of this is ordered. It's just their MO for a freaking reason. It would explain why these Eternal ones are actually robots who have been empowered. They're functionally keepers. Boom, boom, boom. That's 3 major plot holes just immediately closed by that. I'm not saying they should do that. I'm just saying, if you want a minimum effort change, that's probably it right there. Hi, Brigman. I hate this world quest so much. I know. We're not doing the world version of the quest yet, but functionally we are. They're identical. A lot of secondary quests got turned into world quests in Shadowlands. Now, I know that's been true since Legion, but maybe this is just pure personal opinion. But I've been reinforcing this opinion as we've been going through these, because I swear to God, most of the Shadowlands world quests were just quests again. I like world quests as a concept, to be clear. I do. And I love how fun some of them are. And I love how they tend to be nice, decent, you know, interesting little activities you can do kind of in your spare time. What I do not like is when you just take quests and make them world quests, especially when those quests suck. As I've said many times before, world quests wouldn't actually be refined to a point where I consider them a universal positive until Dragonflight. Which at this point I need to stop talking up because, you know... Oh, of course, almost all of these world quests were pretty much mandatory for anime games, either directly or for the weeklies or dailies, which involved doing world quests. A really, really strong theory for a long time was that Elune was just another word for ANR. The other big theory, which I myself posited, was that Elune was just Azeroth.
I will protect Ardenweald. For Queen and Grove.
Time to end this. When I first hit, I saw a dark shape on the northeast platform. I think that's their leader. Now that they can't perform any more rituals, we should be able to scare them off. I just want to say thank you. I never could have done this without your help. Now let's drive the enemy and take back our village.
Keep your teeth sharp.
Hey, Baron. We did, in fact, save ANR in a place called Elunaria. And there was a tidbit in the back. Oh, no. Oh, no. They put a mask on my face. No one can resist the might of Thros. Still you struggle? Worrisome but futile. No one can stop the Drust! And there's your big reveal. It was the Drust all along. Oh my god. The Titans, Kraken-san. Anyway, sorry. What I was trying to say is there was a story tidbit, I believe it was in the first Chronicles book, you know, the only good Chronicles book, about how it was Elune specifically who reached out through the Well of Eternity in order to empower the Dark Trolls into becoming the Night Elves. Now, considering what we know that wound is and what it connects to, Azeroth, right? There were a couple other tidbits, but those are the two big ones that occurred to me. Obviously, that's all been thrown out the window right now. Or is it? Anyways, we just killed our own quest giver. I feel strange. Free of the burden of having to do quests. Never again will I torture somebody just because someone else told me to. I can torture whoever I want to now. Sorry. So, a few bajillion years ago... Yeah, check this out, by the way. I'm going to tell you two stories that have nothing to do with each other, okay? I'm dead serious. Just bear with me. A bajillion years ago, Sargeras discovered that the Void were infesting the galaxy and decided the only possible solution to that, after doing all his calculations, was to burn the entire galaxy to the ground, kill all life in it, and then just kind of let the universe end and hope that there's another Big Bang, which will birth a new universe someday, which will not include the Void in it, okay? Cool. That's the big plan. Cut off the food source, cut off the problem. All right. So, the other Titans didn't like that plan. They were like, hold up. What up, yo? That ain't cool. So, Sargeras and the Titans fought. Sargeras won. So the other Titans were like, oh crap, we have just lost the battle. And so I believe Amon-Thul, in his last moments, it was one of them, put together a spell to secure their Titan souls and send them back to the only place they knew was safe, which happened to be Azeroth. Those Titan souls ended up on Azeroth in several of the Keepers and one Prime Designate, which is Ra. This is how Ra actually is aware of the fact that the Titans died. Make sense? This is also one of the reasons Lei Shen was so powerful. He was empowered by a Titan soul in addition to a Keeper. However, those souls weren't gone. They were just hanging out there. And over time, something happened, cough, cough, events of Ulduar, to get those souls free, at which point Sargeras grabbed them, and then we had to go and we had to actually rescue those souls from Sargeras during the events of Legion on Taurus. Once we've released the souls, they're still weakened and not full-powered, but they were able to help us defeat Argus and then seal Sargeras away. Make sense? Now let me give you a much more truncated version of that story, because I told you I'm going to tell you two stories, okay? So, a big robot said, the universe is flawed and I need to fix it. The other robot said, hold on, that ain't going to work. There was a fight, and the big robot was sealed away, but he was so strong that it took all the other robots to stop him. Okay, so, the jailer, bajillions of years ago, was like, the whole universe is flawed, and there's something wrong with it. So, he decided to go ahead and go through this insane plan to take over all of reality. However, the other robots said, no, that's wrong. And so they all unified again, and he was so strong that it took all the other robots to defeat him and seal him away, to prevent him from doing that. The only difference here is that Sargeras killed the Titans, whereas with this thing, the Eternal Ones managed to seal away the jailer. That is the only distinction between these two stories. Well, I suppose their motives are a little bit different too. That's fair. Sargeras wanted to destroy everything because he thought it was the only way to fix everything. The jailer wanted to control everything because he thought it's the only way to fix everything. It's worth noting that the jailer wanted to control everything even before he came into domination magic. He had a bit of an ego. Even back when he was not the jailer.
Ardenweald calls. The hunt answers.
Yes, this is terrible news. You've killed one of our own.
Queen and Grove.
And we lost Shimmerbow. That sucks. Yeah, I don't want to be too dismissive, but Jesus Christ. As I've said before, I actually have an actual theory that the jailer is not, how do I explain this? We make fun of the jailer by saying he's Sargeras Light, but I have a theory that he was literally Sargeras Light. That they just were in such a back end, it had to come up with some vague, distant, evil entity thing that's behind Sylvanas, and they were just like, it's Sargeras again! And someone was like, wait, it can't be Sargeras. I was like, oh, it's Sarvol. Zorval? Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. There we go. And there you go, there's Shadowlands.
One must bend with the wind.
Is that a dungeon quest? That is a dungeon quest.
Walk well.
Put that into the pile of dungeon quests. I do too. The idea of the Shadowlands being an arc for Sargeras makes so much sense that I'm going to have to make that fit into the rewrites somehow. There's some specifics and details that need to be hammered out. But I love the idea of this place being something he constructed to dump souls in to be a seed bank, right? To repopulate the galaxy once he's burned it all and once the void has died out. God, it does, Avion, you're right.
Are you in need of the wild hunt?
I never thought I'd return to Tirnanok. This place is so full of memories. Regrets. But now's not the time for sentimentality or dozens of positives to story. Now is the time for action.
For Ardenweald, do what you must.
We know that these invaders have taken over the remains of the Grove, but why? Why are they gathering Anim and bringing it to one place? How did they enter Ardenweald? We should stay alert. and take as much animals as we can find. Maybe some good came out of the loss.
The forest will endure.
When my grove withered, I answered the Queen's call and joined the wild hunt. Nothing can be done for Tir na Nog, but it wounds me to see it crawling with foes of the forest. We need a great deal of anima. The masked Fae must be keeping a stockpile somewhere within the grove. We just need to find it. They likely used soul webs to collect them and move them. If I examine them, I should be able to pick up the trail.
For Ardenweald, do what you must.
At Heartwood Grove, I heard tales of the fall of Tir na Nog. Never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. It brings me great sadness, and I wonder if this is the fate that awaits my old grove as well. I can't believe that everything that was once here is truly gone. Is there some mementos that can be recovered? Something to remember the fallen?
I'll do my best.
Your doom has come!
Yeah. I keep sort of holding my breath. First of all, because Dragonflight still has time to fall on its feet. To fall on its face, excuse me, and just suck. But also because this is going to sound very stupid, but I'm too invested in the story to not care about the eventual canonicity of Shadowlands and what it's going to mean for the story going forwards. And I'm very curious where they're going to go with it in the future, if anywhere. There's still plenty of time for them to do all kinds of things, good and bad, with the Shadowlands. It wouldn't be the first time that WoW has cherry-picked its own canon. Yeah, that's the thing. I've reached a weird point. For years, I've been able to pretty accurately predict what Blizzard is going to do. We're past that point. They've surprised me several times recently. Or maybe it's just me and I've lost my touch.
Beware the masks.
I mean, a proper retouching of Maldraxxus would be awesome. Mostly good, Kenixcow, weirdly enough. Good evening, Mr. Floyd. I don't know how much the writing team itself is on a an actual person-to-person basis different. I do know several managers have been kicked out, as they should have been. I also know that their entire process has been changed. That's probably the big thing we can point to definitively. That literally the way in which they are writing, as in the actual process of writing a story and coordinating in the office, has changed. That's a good thing, by the way. I think it's not necessarily a good thing. Change is not inherently good, after all, but I think the results speak for themselves. Take one look at War Within storytelling and tell me it's not been a good change. He really wants to fear me. Look at that. 3 casts in a row. Done, lady?
This one is different from the rest. Our true enemy. The Trust.
Who? What if I'm a Horde character who, didn't do the war campaign? What if I didn't do BFA? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It just... Trust? Of all... It's always weirded me out, just a little bit. Why Trust? Listen, if there's one thing that War Within sucks at, it's at admitting that Anduin can cry. How dare he? Guys are not allowed to cry, damn it. And that makes me sad. Sorry. What if I'm an earthen and I just started existing like a couple days ago?
They must be stopped.
Can earthen cry? Yes, but they shouldn't do it unsupervised. It comes out as either molten, caustic, or toxic. Or gems. And they get stuck and it's like, ah! Gem in my eye! Gem in my eye! Wow. That's probably the dumbest thing I've heard lately, and I've heard dumb things. Excuse me, let me rephrase that sentence. That's the dumbest thing I've heard in WoW. I've heard much worse things in real life. That's a good point. There's humans and elves. And their alliance. The flattening will continue. Until all are blue or red. And dwarves! That's right! There's dwarves in War Within. That's a thing! That's true! Yeah, you know what? Actually, Blateval actually has a valid point. Even if it were true, which, let's be clear, it super duper isn't. But even if it was actually true, we've had Horde-centric stories for, honestly, I think over the decade range at this point. BC was a predominantly Horde story arc. The Draenei hardly got anything in BC. It was all Blood Elf.
I'm so glad you're here.
I serve the Queen. The forest will endure.
My god. Yeah, Thrall has nothing to do with the events of War Within. Clearly.
The anima is somewhere nearby. We must continue our search.
Will this be the fate of my grove as well?
Yes. Unless I stop it.
The trust will rule all realms.
Oh, there it is! There it is. There's the modem of the Drust. They want to... hang on, let me get my notes here real quick. They want to conquer everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere. Yep, they want to rule infinite realms. Oh my god. They want to rule the jailer. Yes, I want to conquer infinity, please. Is that cool? Isn't that the... No, I shouldn't say that.
Vengeance will be ours.
Yeah, remember, the Drust's actual primary motivation is to get revenge on the people who kicked them out of their land. Because they were horrifically violent Vikings who refused to coexist peacefully with the Kultirans. So when they tried to wipe out the Kultirans wiped them out in return.
We are getting closer. Where could the Drust be hiding so much anima?
So, like...
They must be gathering it for some dark purpose.
Yeah, they're straight-up barbarian tribes from Civ 5. That's all they are. These are the worst kind of Vrykul. The kind that Odin would absolutely love. So yeah, on their goal, on their path to get revenge on the Kultirans, something they have already failed at in BFA, is to conquer infinity.
Trust must be storing the anima in the heart of the grove. But it withered so long ago.
The Drust?
Perhaps the decaying groves are what drew them to Ardenweald.
There you go. There's decaying groves, and they like wicker, right? That's like decay. Let's put the Drust in. Okay, I like Ardenweald, but the Drust have no reason to be here. The Gorm. Honestly, you know what would work better than the Drust? The freaking Devourers. The Drust are an evil, malevolent spirit, which can work in the Ardenweald thematically, but making it the Devourers makes a lot more sense. They still want the same thing, anima. They're still causing the same problems, you know, draining anima during a drought, and they retain the overall theme of Ardenweald, being a wild, natural creature that's just acting on instinct. No pun intended. Yeah, they're literally a wild threat for the wilds. There you go. Boom! But hang on. Got an idea. What if it's these jackasses instead?
Do what you must.
Only the heart of the grove can hold the sheer massive quantity of anima I'm sensing. When my grove was sacrificed, the anima within its heart was reclaimed. Now it brims with anima once more, anima stolen from other groves. We must secure the heart, not just for our own sake, but the entire forest.
The forest.
Is that the guy I just killed? Oh my god, it is. I just killed that guy. What are the Devourers? Good question, Lineruth. If you figure that out, let me know.
One of the Drust. A large one.
The Drust will rule all realms.
Yep, we kind of discovered this, thanks. Come on, keep up, Mr. Drust, keep up. So we don't actually really know much about the Devourers. Yeah, they're parasitical. They devour anima. They exist within the in-between, which is all the space in between the afterlives. And that's about it.
Vengeance!
The way is clear. Quickly, to the heart of the grove.
It's actually mentioned a few times, too, that the Devourers were a less of a threat until the drought started. I know, Huthor. I know.
What do you fight for? For Ardenweald.
I was right. A great deal of anima has been stored inside the heart of the grove. The Drust must have collected it from all over Ardenweald. And now we will take it back.
Get the heart. We'll hold off the Drust.
Okay. You want to swap those roles? Okay.
Much anima. Could we not use it to restore your grove? And mine as well.
Our groves are gone, Naya. We must accept it and let them go.
There must be some way to bring back what we've lost. Some way to ease the pain.
They were sacrificed to save Ardenweald. The greatest thing we can do now is fight to protect it.
Oh, I think
Are you in need of the wild hunt? Do what you must.
So we have the heart, we need to find a way out, and I hear the distinct sound of approaching enemies.
There are too many of them!
Protect the heart at all costs!
I can't leave you alone for a moment, can I? Well, come along. We have work to do.
Okay. Thanks, Spoonberry, I think.
Sorry? Did you need something?
You found the heart of the grove, and it's full of anima. The Drust don't seem to like the idea of you taking it from them. They're massing in great numbers all over the forest. We need to get you and the others out of here safely. I can help. How do you feel about dishing out a little sparkly mayhem? Oh yeah, by the way, you know how you convert this into Devourers without many changes? So the Devourers are gathering a whole bunch of anima to a single spot to birth something. We're not sure what. We're probably not sure we want to know what it is, but that's what they're gathering all the anima for here. We go attack this spot, and the devourers, which tend to function like an insect hive, react like you just attacked the queen, or the nest. So all of a sudden, tons of devourers swarm here. Boom, done, we're good.
What fun! Speak to me when you're ready to rain some fairy magic on the Drust. I'll get these two to safety.
Thank you, Lady Moonberry. We are...
Let's sparkle them up!
I do like sparkling. And yeah, it could be something as simple as a Devourer Queen. We've never seen a Devourer Queen before, so that could be a whole new level of, huh? Oh my god, Wenlock. The hungry maw. Oh my god.
That should do the trick. I'll keep an eye on the Drust. You head back to Alioth.
Give me my wing mount. Wow, you cowards! Give it to me! Sparkle Trail is optional. Because it would look like this while you're doing it, and that would be distracting.
Ardenweald needs your strength.
You found and took the anima right from the heart of the grove. Impressive. Dreamweaver will be most pleased, but I expect we will soon encounter some unhappy visitors. We must move quickly to aid the spirit of the wild seed before we are overrun.
Night embrace you. For Queen and Grove.
Okay. Hang on
Welcome
1 second.
to my grove. Ardenweald needs your strength.
By the way, did you hear the Elune Night Elf theme in the background there? Night Song. That's, I couldn't think of a damn name of it. Yeah, since it's already 15 minutes into my lunch break, I think I'll go ahead and pause here. We've got 2 more quest hubs before we finish up Ardenweald. I was kind of hoping to finish it in one run, but alas. So I will see you all after the lunch break.